Okay, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? I just got here. There's 50 gifted subs anonymously. I literally just got here. They're all anonymous. Is there a message beforehand to give me a hint? There's not. What the fuck, man? What the actual fuck? I don't even have a sound for that. It doesn't even know what to do. There's 47 of them to go, man. I literally just got here. That is insane. That makes no fucking sense. Thank you so much, man. That is actually fucking ridiculous. 50 gifted subs, all anonymous. Is beta up today? Hopefully. Oh, they are up. We're gonna do a shuffle as Death Knight. Thank you so much again. That is actually ridiculous. I'm sorry if I was too loud for you guys there. That is actually fucking insane. 50 gifted subs, the very start of the stream. Before the start of the stream, technically. Best possible fucking start, or before start. No MC tonight. It's not a convenient one for Erin tonight at all. I will let you. I'm pretty sure she won't be able to do it tonight. We had a really hectic day today. In the end, I've got some new parts for a PC to build tomorrow or the next day. I think tomorrow's a better bet. It might also be a better bet with Dawes. It could be Sunday as well. We'll just see what I'll let you know as soon as I know what would work best for her. Do I have old pieces? I think so. I'm not buying a new GPU, and the people said that they think I need a new power supply, but I don't think I do. I think that's a lie, because everything tells me I don't. So I'm gonna try with this one, but I'm gonna wait until I actually have it all put together to like take the power supply to this one. I feel like power supplies are super like not that important when it comes to that kind of thing. Like a power supply is like a wall socket, right? So yeah, I think we're good. I think I will do that part last. Yeah, I think I have enough. Exactly. I mean, everything that I looked at on there's a like calculator on Newegg, and it like says that I need like 650. I got 800. I feel like that should be fine. I don't think it's one of those parts where like the age matters, you know. It's 4 years old, but like I don't think that should actually have any impact whatsoever. Because again, it's not like you like replace your wall sockets, right? But yeah, I'm excited. I haven't built a PC since 2017, I think. But they're actually fun to make. Not that I'm super clean at it. Not via macros anymore. Most of it's done. Honestly, my dependence on macros is basically zero now. I use like I think we've got scripts still doing the runes, but you do it through eCores as well. That's about it. Rest is all just add-ons. They had us like move away from that because in the last set of lands in 2019 they had a long time ago now, but they let us use add-ons anyway. So like everyone's like whatever, no point being used to that. Yeah, I haven't actually built an AMD one before. I have an AMD, like I'm using an AMD, but I've never built one before with one. And the reason why that, I don't know if the new ones are pin assembly still, like if there's like a pin in the socket, like I don't know if the pins are on the motherboard or if the pins are in the socket or in the CPU itself, but I know that was the thing with with pin CPUs that you could bin them, and then you'd be very sad. The add-ons allowed drastically change the events. Yeah, it did. Hugely. The events had like kind of a natural bias towards like rogue and mage comps because of DR tracking. You didn't used to have DR tracking at all, and it moved away from that because you obviously have perfect DRs. Yeah, it's crazy. We're so close to the expansion. Look at a rearrange our setup as well, so I'll have Aaron like next to me again, hopefully. Like the way that we're situated in the room is going to change, and yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do. I'm excited. We're gonna get the place very different, I think. Probably start it all tomorrow. I'll do the PCL when I rip my current one apart to take the remaining parts out of it. I'll move all the, move like there's like 2 discs in this room, and I'll move them around, and I'm gonna try and like line them up, I think. Yeah, fortunately, Kodak, I've never actually broken a PC before. I don't think. No, yeah. So I kind of broke a PC when I was like much younger, but it wasn't really my fault. It just kind of exploded. But it wasn't my fault. I didn't build it, like technically, but I did definitely get blamed for breaking it. It's like adult Legos though. It's the best part. But yeah, you're right. I don't know. The other thing is like every PC I've made, pretty much for the last forever, I've never actually made an AMD one before, has been Intel, and the original Intel ones, like the coolers were kind of like iffy to put on, especially like putting on the air coolers, because you'd like have to like pry them on or something, and they got really easy. And then from what I understand of what I'm using this time, it's kind of finicky to put on again, and it requires a good amount of force, which, but your CPU's designed for that, kinda. And I mean, we went a little bit more. I definitely went. Like, I feel like we had some good quality pods, so I'm excited. This will be nice. I don't think it'll actually improve streaming as much as it'll improve stability and my FPS. But I don't know if my stream FPS ever dips below 60 anyway. Hopefully, but we're hoping to see like closer to 150 to 160 FPS in Arena if we can. That would be I think that would be a success. We're currently dipping to about 190-ish in a fight. So we're hoping that we can get that up like 20 or 30%. I think the other big thing, yeah, I'm sure it'll be a big upgrade. But again, I'm not sure how much of that I can pass on through streaming, because I think that streaming is kind of mostly through GPU anyway. Again, Anonymous, they were the 50 gifted subs, and it's fucking insane. It's still going. It's literally still going. Bro, what the fuck? What do you mean? What do you actually fucking mean, man? Literally, Aaron, I was talking to Aaron for a second, and she goes, holy shit, and I go, what? And she goes, someone just gifted you 100 fucking subs, man. What the fuck? What do you mean? That is the most, there's more subs than people here right now. There's literally 100 gifted subs. And it was 50 before. They're all anonymous. Literally today, all anonymous subs. 150 of them. We're also now at 1,600. No, we're 1550. 1559. Somehow. What the actual fuck, man? Anonymous with 150 gifted subs. Shout out was given to Anonymous. That is actually like the only thing you can do in that case. Like literally the shout out to Anonymous is literally join us in following Anonymous. Doesn't help a whole bunch. Wait, can I do that? Bro, that's a real person. Someone's literally called Anonymous on Twitch. 150 gifted subs. What the fuck? Hey Dawes. How you doing today, buddy? So I don't know if you heard before or not, but I don't think Aaron is down for a thing today. I'm not sure if Ab's actually around. I have not been talking to Ab as much recently. Anonymous with a wait, Kojak with the sub to Anonymous as well, which again is an actual account on Twitch. Because you can see the shout out actually works. You can't shout out Anonymous for another hour apparently. It won't let me. Anonymous with 150 gifted subs. Kojak with the sub to Anonymous as well. Bro, it's the very fucking start of the... I literally haven't even got a single solo shuffle queue pop yet. This guy's 0 rated too, so I actually expected that I didn't need to do anything else. Thank you so much, John. Literally fucking 150 subs. All anonymous. Man, seeing that... Like, I looked across and it just starts spamming, man. It's so delayed, and when it actually, like, it starts it and then it does, like, the... And then it just spams with stream elements afterwards. There's, like, a delay of, like, 30 seconds. The best thing ever. The literal best thing ever. Thank you so much. Again, I don't know who to thank, but whoever you are, you're actually the most incredible person. It's insane. Aaron and I both love you. That is ridiculous. I wonder if I should level another character on live. I have like 9 prepped. Do I see myself leveling more than 9 is the question. I guess the biggest question is, are there any characters I want to double up on? Other than Death Knight. I may double up on Ret and DH in the end as well. I'm just trying to, well, I mean, I don't mind the time of it. Like, I don't mind spending 5, 6 hours, 7 hours leveling normally. But I guess the question is just like, do I feel like I have what I want on live right now? Like, do I want a second alley, for example? Maybe. I think I already have. Do I only have 2 Death Knights? I guess like I feel like 3 Death Knights is overkill. I feel like if you get to the point you want 3 of a character, ironically, I've got 4 Death Knights on here that I've been playing. Mostly for queue times. I should fix these icons too. You know what? You're kind of convincing me I should now, Saul. Doesn't hold ally. I mean, so for my POV, I prefer to. The problem is, I'm never confident enough that DK would be good enough to justify it. I guess if someone like pulled me aside and they were like, hey, like a dev is like, hey, Death Knights would be good the whole expansion, you're fine, then I would level 4 of them or 5 of them. But historically, that has happened exactly 1 time in the game's history. Really, actually 2 times. And WoD, you actually could confidently play Frost without them nerfing it. They didn't really change things very often. So when something's strong, you can be pretty certain they'd be strong for a long time. So I actually played, I think I played 3 or 4 Death Knights in WoD at the end, and just played with, you know, lots of different people. But and in Legion, one of the 2 specs was consistently good. But since then, which is a long time ago, that was 2018, I guess, was like kind of the, you know, mid 2018. So from like the period of like 2016 through or 15 through 18, you could confidently play a Death Knight and play as many of them as you wanted to, and there would be no problems. But nowadays, usually when they're good, they're not good relatively quickly. Again, Anonymous, man, thank you. That is unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. It says 88. There are still, and I can do this math, 61 of them to go, because Kojak also gifted a sub as well. Whoever Anonymous is, and I've got. I'm not gonna guess it wrong. I can't allow that to happen. But whoever you are, you're fucking amazing. That's actually ridiculous. Completely fucking ridiculous, man. What the fuck? Most fucking ridiculous thing, man. I'm actually so fucking happy. They should start on weaker soon too. I guess I just figured they'll make change. I guess I do it on live too. It's not like any huge need for it. It's funny because my ones work fine. Nothing on the 2-month Twitch Pride, buddy. Coming back from Shadowlands. How's Frost looking in PvP? So looking better than, I think it's looking better than Shadow. I mean, overall, broadly speaking, I think it's looking better than Shadowlands and Dragonflight. However, it is less bursty than it was in both of those expansions. It doesn't one-tap as hard, but it's not as limited to one-tapping as hard. It technically has the damage potential to do what it did in those expansions, that you can technically, if you're very lucky. Basically, the build you play is the hero talents you play a Deathbringer for the most part, and Deathbringer has like a really fun thing called Reaper's Mark, which you like stack up to 40 stacks. It pops for like up to 2 mil in PvP, which is about a third of someone's health. And then you immediately get 2 Empowered Obliterates that hit really hard afterwards that can also reproc Reaper's Mark. So you have like the chance to do pretty crazy things, but obviously Reaper's Mark doesn't have guaranteed crit, nor does Exterminate, the thing you get from Reaper's Mark. So you know, if you get lucky and you crit Reaper's Mark and crit Exterminate, people can drop pretty quick. But it's just different. Not as consistent. It's better, but it's also like harder to line up in the way that you did before as well. So I'm trying to understand like what types of comps that I'd want to play as Frost is the main thing. Like that's the part where in my mind I'm like, okay, mechanically it's superior, but it also doesn't line up the way it did, where you could consistently have Obliteration and have Obliteration carry your damage super hard. Obliteration still exists, but it doesn't carry you like it did. You don't have like a Blitz don't hit for on their own, you know, 10, 15, 20% of someone's health. An Obliterate now hits for more like 5% of someone's health. And you have to be carried by the source of damage. Which again is what I wanted for this, what I'd prefer for the spec. It's just a matter of like figuring out like, now what do you play with? What's your best class to play with? DK Lock. The spec to look out for with DK Lock is Demo. Now, I have seen almost no Demo locks since they nerfed them on beta. On beta, they had a one-shot mechanic, where it wasn't like a one-shot, but like basically they had a very consistent 3 million hit from a proc they got that I think both Demo and Destro abused pretty heavily in Arena. They nerfed the fuck out of that by like literally 80%. So, since that happened, I have not seen Demo do super well, and I feel like Demo DK is the spec I'd be most interested in, both as Frost and Unholy. I think the synergy with like the Frost Go and Coil is huge, and also restuns. And then I think with Unholy, it's the same deal, right? You can play Strangulate, and then they have stuns, and they bring MS as well. But Demo doesn't look good enough right now. But I think if Demo gets good, Demo DK could be insane. The one that is okay right now, generally, I think could be Affliction. It's actually when I played at the very start of Dragonflight 2 with Snuts, and we did pretty well. But I don't know. I could see Affliction DK being good. Oh, that's you're talking about the Chaos Bow one or the Demo one? I thought Demo one was never more than 3.5 mil. I didn't know it could have a 6 mil as Demo as well. I just thought Demo had like a 3.5 million cleave that would hit everyone. Like design wise, you want to be excited. You want to be exciting on design, and I think they are exciting on design right now. But I want to like for it to be a stable good comp. Like I actually could see you being, you know, Demo DK. You could be their best teammate as Demo DK. Like you offer them, like that is a comp where there's virtually no overlap in terms of like things that you bring to each other, right? You bring different DRs to each other. You bring like levels of control that are similar. Like they don't need, like the thing with Demo is, the reason why Demo is so nice with like certain melee classes is that Demo doesn't actually need stuns, right? Demo has stuns. You don't necessarily need a rogue in a Demo comp. In fact, rogue Demo, they step on each other's toes, right? Like the Demo can't use all their stun potential at the same time as the rogue does. So like you actually want to bring a melee that has less utility in that situation, and that's great for both DK specs. Chill Streak is very awkward to play. I've seen people play it still sometimes. The biggest issue is both Chill Streak's on global still, right? but also Reaper's Marks on global, and they both fill a similar spot in your rotation. So like when you actually do your pillar go, you don't really want to have to like waste time chill streaking. You could in theory chill streak right before it, but then you can't blind, and it's like, yeah, it's very awkward. Favorite expansion in terms of balance? I mean, there are just several expansions I feel like where Death Knights were like designed to be an outlier, I guess, in terms of damage, and they were the most fun to me. I'm inclined to say Kata and Legion, to me, probably stand out as the ones where Death Knights felt relatively like they were designed to be outliers in those expansions. Like Unholy DK was designed to do more damage, it just had way less utility, so it was designed to do more damage. It didn't have the control. I think, unironically, both of those expansions also had a 1 second global. I'm pretty sure Unholy had a 1 second global in Legion. I'm pretty sure Unholy had a I know it had a 1 second global in Kata. So Mop is just Kata. Mop was a fantastic expansion, but Mop DK and Kata DK are virtually indistinguishable. The difference is in Cataclysm, like DKs had all of their Mop utility before Mop, and other classes didn't. So basically, like when you played Kata DK, you have all of your Mop stuff, but not everyone else does. So you're, relatively speaking, like relative to other specs and class design, you're stronger in Kata by quite a bit. But Mop was still a fantastic expansion for other reasons. Just like Death Knights didn't, you know, as a person who played Kata and Mop, I felt like, relatively speaking, I got a lot weaker in Mop because the other classes caught up. Yeah, Mop was I mean, I wouldn't say it was, again, I would say Kata was just objectively a better expansion for us, but Mop was a great expansion for just like, it was an interpretation, it was a bit wizardy, if I'm being real, but it was a good interpretation of the game for sure. The thing that made me very excited about Mop wasn't actually and this is, I'm not sure how classic will go for Mop, but what made Mop really special, it wasn't class design to me. It was the people. Like for a lot of us, I mean, for almost everyone, it was like when Twitch really started, like the WoW Twitch scene kind of took off. It almost immediately killed like any sense of forums. Like community came through everyone's streams and stuff. So it was just like a different time, and that time period happened to be really, really awesome for like everyone started to like make a lot of information available about like how classes and comps work. So like just kind of everyone rapidly progressed. The game just very rapidly progressed from mostly quite private. Like you'd have players that played, and there'd be communities amongst, you know, the high rated players and stuff, but they weren't really like everywhere. So you couldn't, for the most part, like a lot of game knowledge was gated. Like people figured things out in Kata and Wrath and BC, but no one shared it. And then out came Mop, and Twitch started up, and suddenly everyone's, you know, a lot of guides and stuff getting released on YouTube and stuff, and suddenly the whole community kind of started moving forward very quickly, and it made things feel very open and fun. So that was the big difference to me in Mop. I don't know how the class design and stuff will be viewed, because I actually think there have been similar expansions in terms of class design to Mop. I don't think I mean, the meta can be different in different expansions, right? But I don't think Mop's class design is going to feel so different in the end. I think Mage's one gets worse. I don't think like Mage having, I actually like prefer the version of Alter Time that existed in Mop. So in Mop, what happened was you'd press Alter Time and it would copy your health, but it would also copy all of your buffs. So like mages, for example, could get 2 Fingers of Frost procs and a Frostfire Bolt proc, and then alter, and then use all of it, and then alter back, and then use it all again. So mages could have really interesting moments with like, you know, the way that alter worked. It could be used both offensively and defensively. And nowadays, Alter is used incredibly oppressively and only only for damage benefit. Like it's kind of sad. Alter definitely lost. I mean, I think a mage being tempted to get an extra, you know, like, you know, 3 giant hits off with Alter was tempting, and if they used it defensively, they couldn't use it offensively. You know, those types of scenarios didn't necessarily like show up. Again, Anonymous, thank you. So it's still going. It literally just finished. Kojak with the sub. Nut with the 2-month resub. Anonymous with 100 gifted subs, and then Anonymous with 50 gifted subs as well. We were literally somehow at 102 subs today. I think only the last season of Mob was good. So we're sitting a pretty cursed queue here. I'm not sure why. This is my first game on this character. It should pop pretty soon. Sorry for keeping you guys waiting on that. Although to be fair, the dragons have been entertaining me, at least, in an insanely good way. Yeah, no, Mob's an interesting one. I actually think the last season balance is not ideal, weirdly enough. Last season's very wizardy. I think when you're like, I feel like, to me, Burning Crusade and Wrath both felt pretty open too, because the meta develops over the course of an expansion. But I kind of feel like Wizards just beat everything in the last season. Like there are okay comps that can fight against them, but only if there's more than Wizards queuing. Yeah, I think the reason why it was fun to queue other stuff was because A, the Wizards one is good. Like there was a pretty decent difference between like the best Wizards and the worst Wizards. And B, there was a good number of other things, like, you know, Cleaves, Hunter comps, all of which are, you know, still good, but they were, you know, the diversity is what made everything work. But one of the things we saw with the expansions re-releasing, when they re-release an expansion, diversity goes away. Everyone just plays the strongest shit. Pretty much, which is a little bit brutal. Use Forset? No, it's the only way you can use Forset is in Holy. It's also nerfed in PvP. So the Forset is basically 4% haste. You have to play a point in Doomed Bidding, because it won't proc on other stuff. You only get it when you summon Maguses. So you what you end up doing to run it is you play. I think you have to put a point in Magus as well. Magus will also spawn, so you APOC, and then you try to proc a Doom Bidding after APOC to roll a buff. But it's 2 points that are, you know, it's not like super expensive, but you lose 5% damage on Dark Transformation, which is a bit of a shame. And then I think realistically you lose Harbinger, which isn't necessary. You don't need Harbinger, but it is a nice to have for sure. I think you have to play that build, more or less. You also have Reaping to mess around with too. Can go wherever. So technically you can put Reaping across the Ghoulish Frenzy. But I don't think, generally speaking, those work as well, because so much of your damage comes from dots. I don't think there's MC tonight, Dost. I think I haven't actually heard from Avon in a little bit. I think he's just been doing D4 stuff, but also yeah, it's just not a convenient day for her. I'm not entirely sure. Tomorrow might be more convenient for her, but we'll kind of see. She has a stressful time, especially like considering today she had to cart me around to get my PC stuff, which was very nice of her. Hey Moses. Hey Zach. I mean, I think I think at the start of an expansion is like those the exciting times because of that. Any given expansion, like Dragonflight, same thing, right? The current dev team, the team that's working on PvP and class design, class balance, they are like it's real. They're really good at making the game feel like it's shifting. I would actually, if I could give a criticism to Dragonflight, I would say they actually did that too well. Like everything felt playable to the point that nothing felt consistent. Like old Blizz, you go back to 2000, you know, the period of 2012 through 2019, 2018. When a class was OP, it got rammed down your throat for an entire 6-month period, right? If someone was strong, you're like, okay, fuck. And then that's 6 months would go by where nothing would change. So like if Death Knights were OP for a season, or if Rogues were OP for a season, or if Warriors were OP for a season, or if Hunters were OP for a season, it would last for a very, very long time. And super different to current, you know, they've done such a good job with like making it feel like everything's playable, that it feels like when a class is actually strong, you almost don't have time to reroll to it. And that's probably a good thing. It's not really even a criticism, but I would say it moves very quickly. And from my POV, if I'm like very invested in like a spec, like for example in Holy DK, it feels kind of bad to play it if they're good, because you feel like they're going to get changed quickly. I think all 3 rogue specs are going under the radar right now, Zach. I can't play, so I put, when I did like a mini tier list the other day, and I put rogues at like I had like a tier, it was just like fine, it was like A tier basically. You can't put them in S tier because you don't know. You can't put them in broken tier because you don't know, because no one plays them. But you're pretty certain they're not, you're very certain they're not bad, right? You just don't know how good they are. So like rogue ends up being under the radar right now just purely based on the fact that there aren't enough people that are actively queuing rogue on beta. I saw that like Kelvish and Naj were both queuing tonight, but I guess there's so few relatively that it's just hard to get good information on them. I don't know if that's actually possible to us. I'm pretty sure that's genetics, man. Like some of that has to be genetics, right? You're a twig? But I feel like how fast did you bulk up? So in Shadow Priest best comps this season. Shadow Priest comps this season. I kind of probably Asa. Maybe. I mean, they play with the Shadow Priest kit. Like doesn't like. I said earlier on, like they don't step on the toes of other specs, right? Like there's not many specs they really fuck over in terms of how they play. So like Rogue, Mage, Hunter sounds fine. Warrior sounds fine. Like they have a very wide range of classes they can play with, and they have good synergy with. Nearly was fixing today. That's nice. Was there a patch on beta today? I didn't notice a patch today on beta. That's interesting though. All right, this is my first Unholy DK shuffle. I'm 1900 right now, I think. So we're expected to do quite well here. I don't know if we actually will. A lot of RNG that goes into this, and people can just have remakes and stuff. I mean, I think right now Shadow Priest is exceptionally good, but they also can get Trayman melee. I think they'll play with rogues primarily, if I had to guess. Potentially warriors. I don't know if warriors can protect them well enough though. I'm not sure what talents I'm playing. Doom Burst? Okay. I'm not playing Strangulate. I think we're mostly going to play Strangulate. I wanted to play one thing I wanted to test out on DK was a bunch of games as Sim. Dark Sim is actually a quite attractive option for this third talent now, believe it or not. Because Strangulate has a downside, right? You can't asphyxiate when you're playing Strangulate. So like technically Dark Sim is actually a pretty good option. I think I have two different. I think I have classic. I've got a few add-ons that are messing up right now. I think I have two versions of classic numbers at the same time. So every number is being shown twice in two different fonts, which is kind of funny. I think he's gonna get overwhelmed here, to be honest. This is very overwhelming to him. I know that he's on that guy. So to kick for him, I think he's gonna cast pretty soon. Oh no. Honestly, damage wasn't super impressive though, from me. Considering. It is on and like MS and stuff taken into account, but Damage is actually less than like I'm actually not super happy with my damage so far. It's kind of weird. Little off kick. Playing short kick? Yes, I am. Oh, it's game of. Maybe, if I don't die. Once we get to that point, it's 2 on Frostbite. I liked it more with one hand. Getting almost glorious cleave right now. Attacking us pretty well. I think Unholy is good, and Tua is good in 2. I think it's like this is an exceptionally good lobby for me in terms of like the amount of cleave I can get out. It's also, you know, I probably have 1,000 more games played than all the players in this lobby in beta. Where's the other crit? Dead. All right. GG, buddy. You I think you 4-2 there, right? Or did you do 2 for it? One of the healers went 4. Damage on like broken. There are it's actually is not as big of an ally as you think. Weirdly enough, I'm not saying that to sandbag, but the same lobby play with a Dev Evoker would do the same thing. Not just Dev Evoker actually, but like there's a couple of classes that are just like super heavy. Like there are ideal lock lobbies that do similar things as well. That's just yeah. It's a combination of like lower damage, like overall classes. Like this Ret Paladin isn't playing the cleave build, he's playing a more single targety build, which, you know, makes sense. But there's a cleave build that would do the same, and then on top of that, yeah, there are just other classes that have similar cleave. Originally I was sitting there and I'm like, man, there's no one, like Unholy feels like it does more, but it doesn't really feel that way now for the most part. I think there is certainly lobbies where I can make the other classes look like that. But also at this point we've played, you know, a large amount of Unholy and stuff on now. I still have played more Cleansers Unholy than any other spec. Probably 400? 500? Because I just remade 4 or 5 different Death Knights. And each one I played at least 100 on. It's crazy. I actually figured out my sound too. I don't know if you guys were here this morning or not, but yeah, I guess I had my sound turned down by -24. So now when it's a decent volume for me, it's a decent volume for you guys for the first time in 2 years. I must have hit something that like changed the way it sounded to me. I've been confused forever because everyone's like, my stream's quiet. So what I was doing was like turning it up much louder for you guys. But then, yeah, I had to turn down my minus 24 dB. It's a lot. For me, that is. Like, not for the stream, but for me. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, let's clean up my add-ons. We're gonna delete the stuff we don't want, keep the stuff we do want. Let's update things first and then see. Start kind of honing in on a UI, because I actually do want to release this when I actually finish it. Looks like I did upgrade battleground enemies. I might want that. They did update true stat values too. That's super interesting. Now I'm curious about what DRs look like this expansion, because my guess is they actually figured them out. So we should be able to see them now. So interestingly, this season you cannot DR a single stat. That's crazy. Is Draenei better than Orc? Has anyone logged into an Orc to see what their Blood Fury's at? So Draenei gives you 1,000 passive strength. All of the classes that have passive like primary stat effects are all overtuned, I think. So not just Draenei. Technically Mechanome has a 1500 proc once you get to 10 stacks. So it's like takes about 50 seconds to get. Dark Iron Dwarf has a 6,000 proc that scales by an additional 5,000 with debuffs, I believe. Draenei also has the heal effect and 1% shadow reduction though, which is kind of nice. I think Dark Iron Dwarf has 1% physical reduction, so it kind of depends. They all have their place. But these primary stat, so I can tell you that Gnome has about like 1% stat procs. So there's classes with 1% stats, right? Like it was a 1% crit or haste. Those are all about 1% equals about 600 secondary stats. So you can have 600 secondary stats, or in this case 957 primary stat. Generally in stat weightings, this is worth between 1.5 and 2% damage right now for heroic presence. Dark Iron Dwarf, obviously, when you actually use the effect, is worth 10-12%, I believe. So it just depends. But yeah, this is true of every single. If you know of any race that has a primary stat passive, they are just more powerful right now than they were. Not necessarily more powerful overall. I don't know what's better overall, but they are different. It's just more. I'm playing this character as an observation that exists, and honestly, generational 20% health, actually not a bad heal. It's comparable to a DK talent like Sacrificial Pact, but I can use it on teammates, and its cooldown isn't super long at 3 minutes. This is a new development. The way that it's done is different. So this expansion, under the hood, and people noticed, like for example, like armor was different at level 70, right? People had tons of armor and stuff. They adjusted the way that stats were calculated and budgeted, and it seems like what they've done is they have removed secondary stats effectively, and they've kind of like bumped up your primary stat and your standby a ton. So we have 52,000 strength now. All of the strength sources in the game seem to have been bumped up as well by quite a bit. So like they buffed the strength on gear and they buffed the strength on the racials, it seems like, at the same time, relative to secondary stats. And I think the actual idea behind that was to make secondary stats better, but I don't think that works super well when you give like more of them to, yeah, I don't know. Humans with about 700 secondary stats right now. I don't have PvE stat weights. Someone who PvEs Mythic Pluses, like, has access to, or has simmed their character and figured out what secondary stats do for you, could probably give me a better idea of it. My guess, just based on the way I'm seeing these stats, is that secondary stats are more valuable this expansion relative to last expansion. I think one, let's say mastery, is more valuable relative to strength than it was last expansion, but I don't think they're 1-to-1. I still expect that strength is probably like 1.5 or 2-to-1 still. But I think before it was more like 4-to-1. So human racial is always worse at the start. Human racial is always worse at the start of the season. The return on human racial is always the lowest when your secondary stats the lowest. And again, for reference here, I have an add-on now that tracks my diminishing returns, and I'm not DRing a single stat. And in fact, we're not even close to DRing a single stat. And that is with me stacking exactly 2 of them. So I am virtually pushing. I could DR versatility, I guess, potentially, just barely. But for this first season, you can freely assign stats and not have to worry about diminishing returns. DRs are just not a thing for season 1 with the changes. Unless they bump up by a lot in arena, but I don't think we're getting that much levels. I mean, for season 1, I don't think human is like something I plan to be. I think there's flavor choices that are better. I don't know what the thing is, like what those are is very heavily dependent on the meta, right? So for example, somewhere between like gnome, if there's a frost mage meta, to orc if it's a rogue meta or stun meta, to dark iron dwarf if it's an acid rogue meta. Like there's lots of different options there. And to give you an idea, like in Dragonflight, it was very hard to predict based on beta. Like the shift from beta to live was very large. I mean, dark iron still can give you good value, even like an Aflock, but you don't really want to. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't think dispelling UA hurts that much right now, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm leaning towards Draenei actually right now for my Death Knights, for example. I feel like Draenei's got it hedges quite nicely against what I expect to be pretty meta. 1% shadow reduction. It has the extra passive strength, which always has value, and then Draenei heal off global. 20% of you can use it on teammates, so you can heal teammates. Feel like it's good value. I don't know if, I mean, that'll Dark Iron, right? But I feel like Dark Iron doesn't have, like, there are times you could Dark Iron that would screw you over. You don't really want to Dark Iron offensively in the opener type thing. What's the strength from? It's just your passive. The passive for Draenei has been strength for a while. But previously it was like 126, closer to, like, for example, a gem. Last expansion, I think it was close to 180 or so, and it's jumped up to to 957. They scaled all the gear and they scaled the racial as well. That's also true of other racials that compete with it, like Dark Iron, for example, or Mechanum. I feel like people have not been looking into, and this is like just in general, I haven't heard many people talk about the way that races have changed. I think they've changed quite a bit this expansion, more so than last expansion. Although Dark Iron was good at the start of last expansion too. The actual fuck, man. What the actual fuck? How does this happen again? Anonymous with 69 gifted subs. He already gifted 50 and 100 before that. Anonymous with... I don't understand, man. Anonymous with 200... I was going to say 209. With 219 subs today. 219 Anonymous subs. We're now above 1,600 as well. We started today below 1,400. Obviously, that doesn't make any sense. That makes zero fucking sense, man. We are literally above 200 subs today. What the actual fuck, man? What is actually going on? I can't even shout out Anonymous right now. It's actually a real, somehow a real person, but I can't shout out Anonymous. It won't let me. All right, let me try this again. Has it been long enough? Shout out. You can't for 3 minutes and 52 seconds, man. It hasn't even been an hour. What the fuck? What is going on? Anonymous with 69 gifted subs and 50 and 100 gifted subs. All today. Somehow. Anonymous top on the week. And there's also just a trillion yesterday. I don't understand. I literally. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? That happened when I sat down. It was already there somehow. The most of I sat down to 50 gifted Anonymous subs. Like they had been going for a couple minutes. There have been dragons this whole stream. I've done one shuffle in that time. Shuffles have been painfully slow. What the fuck? Well, the start, they definitely were AFK subs at the start. Holy fuck. Anonymous with 69 gifted subs. What the fuck, man? Life is apparently just incredible today. And it's still, I mean, I'm here for another, I'm at least here until 9 tomorrow my time. It might, there's potential for it to be the teeniest bit shorter. That is the most insane thing. Thank you again, Anonymous. You're fucking amazing. I have no way to properly thank you. Other than to shout out the probably unrelated character Anonymous. Okay, maybe you can do. You. That's a different person too, I'm pretty sure. Is that also a person? Wait, is it actually, wait, does it, oh wait, no, when I click on that, it does something different. No, that's also a person. Oh, we have a queue. We have a literal fucking queue, man. Oh shit, it's an unholy DK showdown, man. Between me and Huge Wang. So far, it went well. You know what's crazy? Look at the damage in this lobby, man. Everyone did fucking this. I mean, I think I did more on Skullwood probably by a little bit, but look. No, I didn't, man. The Windwalker had popped off. Okay, that's interesting. Now, I think he's getting cleave from something. So I'm going to go ahead and say that they're going to try and do the same thing again. And I think the smartest play here is to play Bloodforged. Pretty sure if that last game was anything to go by, everyone's doing the same thing. Trying to keep myself durable. All right, so we did something different now, right? We're not doing as much damage, presumably, as Huge Wang in that case, but we did spam Deathstrike with Bloodforged. And the healing on Deathstrike isn't crazy. You can see AMS actually did more, but we lived because we had the reduction. I think we would have died otherwise. I mean, Monk seems good in that game, in both those games, right? I think they just have really good cleave into the Death Knight. We should top down that still. Yeah, our plan was to, we just saw what happened to that Death Knight the previous round. We wanted to play around it. It hurts, man. It stings. I still have 2 sets of numbers showing up at all times. Ah! The zone does nothing, man. We've held on to A button though, just one. Kinda. And if we die, we haven't held on to shit. IBF now. He's stunned into it. Kick. This is 10% healing. That's a blind on everyone. You need a kick. Cast. You have to cast. Good. Thank you. So, they went for me. I'm the Death Knight with tank taunts. He's not. Got very lucky there. If they went for him, he's dead extremely fast, unless he's playing Bloodforged. Can't see anything? Yeah, no, I can see that too. I have the same problem, man. I also see that. It's because I have 2 versions of Classic Numbers on at the same time. So we have double the numbers right now. Actually, we don't. Oh my god, we don't. Apparently it's... We just have to put the small hit filter in or something like that. I'm not sure. It's Number City. This is Commune, I think. So far, we're actually not winning this through damage. I'm almost positive. I might be doing more damage, coincidentally. Nah, well, kind of. We're winning this because we're just healing. We're focusing way more on defense. I think Unholy's stronger than Frost, realistically. What is this spot down here? Again, Anonymous, thank you for the 69 gifted subs and the other 150, man. We're playing Bloodforged again. I mean, hopefully they go for me again. Maybe they just see me as a Draenei and it's like taunting them. They feel like they have to attack me like over this. He's an orc, right? No, he's human? I don't know. He's human. Yeah, they're going for me again, man. This is the dream. I mean, I still might die. It's still really close to not being okay. Bro, we're holding on by the teeniest of margins, man. How are we alive right now? We had one that was kind of greedy, but I'm also kind of down. Oh shit, that hurt. He ports is good. We needed that. Grip this guy back in. Kick him. So he faded that, I think. Line to live. The enrage has arrived, but we gotta live. It's more important than anything. Kick. Overwhelm. No, man. We're so close to... Honestly, I thought my healing was really powerful, but the actual Fury Warrior did 23 mil. So, you know, he did more healing than me. All doing more damage than me too. Yeah, I mean, look, Unholy's good. It's not probably too good. There are definitely situations where it's too good, but overall, I think it's just good. What the fuck, man? All right, we got 5. We got top dam. Pretty close between me and the warrior. The warrior brings the MS. I think we out survived the other Death Knight. So the other DK actually went 1-5 and I went 5-1, but I think we just out tanked him. And the big difference is not our damage. The big difference is our healing. I'm prioing different. I'm prioing survival. We played tank build as well. Are you seeing both types of damage? I have disable. You know what's crazy? It's sort of normal, but I think what I'm going to do is probably disable small numbers. This is a small hit snip filter, right? Small hit filter. We'll hide below. But your numbers are huge now, right? Like, what's it? Let's get it to hide virulent plague damage, which is like 32,000. Below 100k is fine. Okay, that probably looks nicer. I feel like most real buttons you press should hit for... Yeah, that's nicer. I think most globals are above 100k nowadays. But dots can be below it, and that's why it got crazy. And your dots tick so fast, and you have 3 of them. Do you think Fury is little enough? I mean, possibly. Yeah, probably. I mean, I would say the fact that Fury is that close to me on damage is... I don't know. I guess my opinion is that I should be top damage most of the time. Just the design of my class. My Mortal Strike shows up as damage as well. Keep in mind. On scoreboard, you can literally see, like, if you can imagine his Mortal Strike showing up as damage, his is 36% when it's fully stacked, right? His would, if it was 30, and it's taking my damage into account. So, if it was showing his MS as damage, he'd be doing top damage by a mile, right? You think Malenthane's good? I feel like Slay is just so strong. But yeah, Unholy feels good. I'm not calling for nerfs or buffs or anything like that. I just think I like where Unholy's at. I kind of figured I would. TSG? I don't know about that one. TSG's a bit you used to lose to wizards. like almost all of them. I don't think so TSG, the meta you're looking for is not warriors being good or death knights being good. It's actually the pace being really slow to the point that you can overextend. You need to be able to play, you need to be able to, like, if there's a wizard, so like the classic wizard configuration is, let's say you're attacking a warlock and the warlock's in the back line and they're trying to drag you away. And then when that happens, the other wizard, let's say it's a shadow priest or a mage, they'll push towards your healer. That's the classic, like, that's how wizard works, right? That's how wizard cleave versus melee cleave matchup works. Now, the times where the melee cleaves will win are when the wizard cleave, you can ignore them. Like their healer, like your healer is having to deal with a shadow priest, fearing them on cooldown with stun and silence, and you ignore it. That's when wizard cleave, that's when melee cleave does well against wizard cleave. Nothing to do with how good Fury Warrior is, how good Unholy DK is. It's entirely to do with, are you tanky enough to survive your healer dealing with that CC? Because if not, you're forced to what you call playing closest. When you play closest, you're basically playing without mobility the whole game, and you're also like splitting your pressure by a lot. It's really obvious what you're doing, and it's generally not super good. So if you're forced to play closest, it's probably not a winning matchup. So that's why I don't think TSG is good, because I think if you play closest, you don't have pressure to kill stuff. That's the question. I'm not sure what's good for DK. I think in tournament play, you could see TSG into some matchups, especially into Malikaster. I could see it being fine or good. Like, you know, if it was a rogue shadow priest, I could see TSG doing great into that. How can I play Icy Talons? That's interesting. I guess you don't have to play it. We can take this path. I don't hate the idea of skipping it. What are we picking up instead, though? I guess some DR. I mean, you don't have to take it. I guess if you want to play big grip, you have that option by not playing it. Enfeeble is still nerfed in PvP, so I don't know what the uptime on it is. But Enfeeble's nice to have. I think Gloomward's nice too, but we don't need that either. I mean, honestly, you actually have one premium point. You can go Cold Thirst and then put that point wherever you want. Blood Draw, Leech. Yeah, I mean, not taking Talons is actually a good bit of advice, to be honest. Skipping Talons seems to give you quite a few options. And you're right, I don't think melee attacks are a big chunk of your damage, as Unholy at least. I mean, I don't think Pokemon Dumas is super important. So, nah. I mean, I don't think if there's a more efficient path through, which there is, going through Asphyx anyway. Yeah. The question is what you take instead. There's actually a lot of it. Actually opens up a lot of good options, right? Like you have the option to play a very tanky build, take Enfeeble, don't bother with Cold Thrust, and then go down and grab. I guess I'm deciding what I want to have. Blood Draw, maybe? It's 10% DI when you're low health. It's a long CD, but I think the 10% DI when you're like potentially CC'd already could be nice. I imagine playing a tank build's better. Well, the leech, I've looked at the leech. You can. The thing I have not done is figured out how much percentage damage decrease leeches. Basically, like how much you're able to get from it, but it's probably not as substantial as 6. I think this is not. I'm pretty sure Enfeeble is 50% nerfed in PvP, so I think it's 6% DR. But I'm also not sure on the uptime on Enfeeble. Well, I only care about DR. I don't really care about the actual like raw healing. I care about how much I'm reducing damage taken by relative to the damage they're doing. But it says multiplier 1. There's no way it's unnerfed, right? It says 12% still, but I don't think it is. Okay, it's nerfed in PvP by 33%. 8% the does it have the proc rate? 8% DI is pretty good. I think that build's actually considerably more tanky than Talon's. But you lose the Gloom Ward option, but I don't think that matters. I think it's pretty nice. It's a good pickup. I should make a Blood Draw weak or two, because the but Blood Draw is actually a very effective proc if you use it right away. If you used to spam Death Strike during it. What's the buff you get from Blood Draw? Again, Anonymous, you're fucking insane, man. Let's soul. Veins, I might as well, right? My talents are a little bit wrong here. We could drop extra chain now too. Yeah, does seem pretty good, huh? Bro, I'm so fucking tanky. That's a good, again, that's kind of important. You can't do that as Frost though, I don't think. I mean, none of those talents are as big as that, but I mean, 3 tank talents is a lot to pick up. You pull it down. The DB. Try though. We're close, man. It's like right at the point we can win. Shadowbreeze is I think Shadowbreeze is just really good. He did more damage than me. We were playing Mage DK there, and he actually did more damage than me. I'm on a mage, and that's sort of how it feels. It feels like mage is extremely like what's the word? It's very hard to fight. Mage is Death Knight. I actually have your damage stick. They're too tanky. My damage will stick, yeah, just fine. Wait on. Can't kill him through. I guess Mage DK is just not a very good comp, and I can't be good into Mage. I'm not good into Mage either. That was a really interesting lobby. Old DPS tied. Yeah, Shadowbreeze are good. That's there's like a okay, the way I see things, the way that I see the way that things should be, I should do more than a Shadow Priest on damage because I'm melee and I cleave everything. So that's within, like, I would say that's high considering. So I don't say actually is a problem. That looks about the way it should be. Oh, Soul Proc Duelist too. We're looking at this is Av stream. Let's see how laggy it is. I feel like I saw a couple stutters. It's a little spiky. I don't know if it's internet or FPS. It's fine now, actually. Now it's loaded in. The occasional stutter, right? I'm inclined to think that the stutter we saw at the start, probably, Default is a great game, man. Jeez, I think it's a great game. Oh, there are different waves. I'm trying to say it might. Seems okay. See what's called Stream Analyzer. Okay. Let me add this and see what it thinks is happening. Okay, we force coming in. They're in very different spots, which makes it very awkward for them. I don't know how, but we saw I killed 2 pets. He wants to go sleep. Or no? I know, so faster around speed. 2 kicks so far. Oh, he had a third, potentially. So the play for this comp is to train this mage. We don't have to even strangulate the guy. Our only interest in this game is basically to feed this mage to the other hunter and live. The block and also a very nice trap. I can get polyed here. Whoa. He literally exploded. You could see the explosion on him. Explosive shot went off and his character exploded. No Twitch? I hope there's Twitch. Yeah, there's Twitch. I was gonna say. Again, thank you so much, Anonymous, for 69 plus 100 plus 50 subs today. This is block. This is blinds. Oh, they're just all on the blender, man. Not an easy place to be. IBF heal him. It doesn't necessarily do that much, though. I just want to be stable for a bit. Oh. So DK Hunter is very good. You get withered by Black Arrow, it looks like. So we're gonna DK Hunter or DK Fury? Probably DK Hunter into the Wizards. I think DK Hunter actually ought to be a pretty decent comp. He's like almost getting exploded fairly often here. She trapped. I'm sad about it. Basically, now his goal is to sit behind a pillar as much as he can, which he's doing a great job of. He can't do that against me as well. His IBF is ambitious on my end. It's True Shot. True Shot's a very big CD right now. I don't know, my UI, I don't have any, like, do you guys see any major issues with my UI? Like, so in the past, there have been things, actually, you know what I can do? I have one thing I can do still that I should be doing is removing things from Omnibar for each class that I don't care about. There's just no need to have OmniCD, sorry. We just don't need to show everything. So you should be going through every round and removing things. Hey Mag, thank you, host buddy. Much appreciated, man. I hope you had an awesome stream. We're just playing a little bit of DK, probably not too much. Oh, stop that. Oh, we did not stop that. Now we're in a lot of trouble. We're playing a slightly different build that should be tankier. Should be tankier. So we're spawning a little bit less to a lot of damage, but I guess in this case we'll IDF kind of nothing. I would have normally IDF before. I have no way to save him. Or easily myself. I have zone now. Seems like an easy way to protect both. Do it right now, decounter. Oh yeah, sorry. I do think I do personally think that DK Hunter sounds better than DK Fury right now, if there's wizards. So like many combinations of mage. He's gonna alter back, but let's go across and wait. Don't want the follow-up sweep to happen if we can avoid it. This is blocked. We blind out of that right away. It's trying off this. I don't know if he has a risk here. He gets trapped. No, kind of has nothing. You grab Madeline with the Spirit Bloom. Cook this. Lich that. Maybe did. What's this for? What is that for? Is it just getting... Do you just get that getting 1800 now? They changed that? 1600? I don't know. I feel like it's the first time I've seen that. It must be a little mini change they made. Nah, DK Frost Mage actually feels bad, sadly. I've played that a bit. It doesn't feel like DK Frost Mage does super well. Doesn't have kill power. Alright, one more. And then we'll probably move on to something else. I wouldn't mind shuffling my other characters. DK Affliction is probably, honestly, not bad right now. That sounds like a good comp. They have very similar damage profiles. So I kind of predict that to be a decent option for DK. DK Ellie. I played that, I mean, it feels neutral on Tia. I don't think the DK protects the Ellie that well. And I'm not sure the damage is so overwhelming. Ellie's really good with classes that are like almost, I don't know. They usually, I mean, I feel like Ellie's gonna want to play with like a rogue with killing power from rogue, like a Fury Warrior with killing power from Fury Warrior, like usually an MS class, right? The ones they don't play, like Ellie Frost Mage sounds good too. Ellie Affliction Lock, for example, doesn't sound good. Kind of for the same reason that DK Affliction Lock wouldn't sound, sorry, that DK Ellie wouldn't sound good, I suppose. I don't know if they have the ability to kill and force stuff off as easily. Best DK comps? I mean, DK Affliction could be up there. DK Hunter sounds okay. DK Warrior into melee caster, but not Rogue Mage. But like, you know, any variants of Warlock, probably Ellie, that kind of thing. I mean, DK Demo would be great, yeah. I'd love for that to be good, but I don't think Demo's necessarily good enough. DK Rogue also stands a chance of being good, like DK Asa. I don't know how well we can enhance Asa Cleave. And again, it's one of those comps that you wouldn't have known about if you didn't play it in threes. It wasn't good in like it wasn't like a crazy good shuffle comp, but it popped off in threes. So we just need to see. There's a lot of there's a lot that like shuffle gives us some information, specifically about damage, but it leaves a lot of stuff out. Fanatical, thing with the 5-month reset, buddy. And again, Anonymous, thank you for literally today 1 trillion subs. Like actually, somewhere 222 today. Anonymous gifted 69, 50, and 100 subs today. 50 before I even started my stream. The most ridiculous thing. Most absurd thing. Increased my sub count by literally like 17% on their own. In one night and 2 hours, literally 2 hours. You typed nothing. What comp is DK? That's one of the things that I'm not sure about yet. It's one of those things that I'm very curious about, but haven't. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Fire in my head got me on edge. I'm going out tonight. Faded on a thread. Don't know what's next. I wanna feel alive. I kissed a stranger in a white dress. She put a crown on top of my head. the madness slowly undress. Rip the mask off over our heads. We can dive down deeper instead. I said, hey girl, I'd like to stay here for a while, just you and I. Far from the places we can't get away from. She said, hey boy, I like your style. I'll let you play.
Your heal use taking a long time? How you doing DHDK? I played DHDK with Mimikyu last night a tiny bit, actually. And it seemed... My biggest concern is it felt slow. Feels like DK and DH damage is not bursty. I feel like a lot of specs, like even like say Affliction Lock and stuff, like they want to play with a class that can burst for them. I feel like you're gonna pair like a really high damage class, either two burst classes together and line it up, or like a burst and a like I feel like two sustain classes possibly isn't as good. But it does help because like healers are very, very good at healing through sustain, but not perfectly. Like they're good at doing, like they're good at letting people drop to like 70, 60 and then topping. And I feel like, you know, being at 60% and then getting bursted by a burst class helps quite a bit. So like Warrior is good for that. Warrior actually has the spike. How do you think Red Warrior Fist will be? I feel like it'll lose to a lot of the meta that I kind of see coming. With, you know, wizards. I feel like Frost Mage is not going to go well for that comp. Alright, looking at Av's stream now. I mean, it looks a lot faster. Yeah, I think this looks perfect now, Av. This is at Av's stream. Tiniest chop there. Yeah, if you guys want to watch D4, this is Av's stream. I'm not sure. He might just be messing around, but Av is doing some. Honestly, it looks really good. Like if you aren't full, I'm playing in 14, nearly 1440p. It's like downscale 1440p, and that looks really good now. Can see Red MM being good into caster. I don't know about Ret. Like, what is Ret bringing to the table there? Why not play Max, like Max caster, like Max Ellie, for example? Or Max Ellie sounds really hard countery, right? Oh, I see what you're saying with Ret's best comp. Yeah. Ret Mox. I mean, Ret needs buffs, in my opinion. My personal opinion is that Ret just needs buffs. Ret is like the only spec I've played myself on beta that I have not been excited to play. I played a good amount of it too. Like it's not like I probably put 200 rounds in or so of shuffle, it doesn't feel any different or special over last expansion. I feel like most specs feel nice and shiny and new. Your hair tones change the way you play and are kind of like nice. There's lots and lots of like good things about them, but it doesn't really feel like ret ones are shiny and new, at least not in PvP. It mostly comes down to wings being nerfed by half, and you're forced to play this new, like the only new thing about ret that I've noticed that's actually kind of nice is the fact that when you press Wake of Ashes you get wings, and I bet in PvE that's the best thing ever. But in PvP, your wings, it forces you to play not Crusade, which yeah is just bad because you can no longer actually have a good burst window. What's your guidance about my damage is mid? Do you feel like gear skill and holy is more important than most classes? So that my dots do nothing. Are you talking on retail? Oh, on Kata. I mean, I think right now, if you aren't in full gear on Kata, you will not do damage. Just because I think everyone's got full gear. So gear in that sense is very important. We did feel a little weaker in full gear, I think. What comp are you playing? Are you just dampening? Yeah, I mean, we had some dampening games. Oh, HLDK 2s. Okay, yeah, you have to dampen as that. I mean, 2s is like that in general. How PvP gearing will be the first few weeks? Yeah, there are 2 tracks for it, right? There's the PvE track, where you do your Vault and use your Vault to get gear that way. And then there's just the straight PvP option, which is just, you just cap, and that's it. Your Conquest cap is like basically what it was in all of Dragonflight, except now it's doubled. I think you get twice as much Conquest per week, but there's no Vault for it. So you can gear for PvP by just PvPing. And you don't even have to do it the first week. You can show up 3 weeks in, 4 weeks in. Like if you don't have time to play the first couple weeks of 4th in, you play week 3 and you can catch up to week 1. You know, it's not like you're behind from the Vault. You can choose to take part anytime you want. The best thing people use for Kata Classic, I believe, is Ironforge.pro. I haven't checked it recently, but this is what people have been using. Oh, sorry. People have been using this since Burning Crusade, I think. It's kind of like been the go-to. Resell Cataclysmic. I mean, so like for me, Cataclysm is like the most special expansion to me in a lot of ways, right? Like my whole life changed with Cata, so it'll always be incredibly special in that sense. Retail is the chance at something different and new, and that is also very special. For right at the second, I think I would answer Retail. Overall, like Cata will always be, you know, a very, very special expansion to me. Probably the most important expansion to me in that sense. Exactly like Shadowlands. Shadowlands also completely fucking changed my life in a really, really insane way that I'm very grateful for. Cata was like the start of that, right? Because I got the chance to do a lot of things because of Cata. We're in trouble here. We're dead here. Very tragic. You're welcome, buddy. I pre-zone this.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
It's a kick on the healer. So whenever you see a fire breath go off, the next disintegrate that casts is an AoE. It's like a really important thing to keep in mind. I don't know how long it lasts for, but like you basically want to kick right after fire breath, not necessarily the fire breath, because it's the disintegrate afterwards. That see this one's the AoE. That's one of the scariest things.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
This might get me killed because I'm not in my own zone against Dragon Rage.
No matter who
Nope, never mind.
do not let the content down. We expect a return. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. No matter who wins, we profit.
Well, time to get a polymorph, and I just lit shit.
No matter who wins, we profit.
This is true shot. He might die. Damn.
who
Oh,
we profit.
that's interesting. His death is insane. Holy fuck. He died 100-0 in 1.2 seconds. Just to... Let's see like how much of that's from the dragon. I think it's like mostly the hunter. It's like 1.6 mil from dragon, I guess.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
It's the saddest mage, man. I got no stun with this thing. He used to walk out and block.
No matter who we profit. Victory is clear. Our bargain is up.
It's a weird lobby. It's not a bad lobby, I suppose. Solo seem pretty drastically ahead from a healer standpoint. You predict one worker DH will be stronger in solo shuffle and wolf then. Right now, like this moment, I think Windwalker, but I don't know. DH still has more utility, I think, than Windwalker, but and more stuns and more control, and more better defensively. But Windwalker damage seems better, and the talent rework they got was actually decent. So I would say Windwalker, but we'll see. And that's based on just beta right now. Like DHs didn't get that much new to like look forward to. I feel like Windwalker's got a little more. That being said, I don't put either of them necessarily in the top kind of echelon of classes. I think they're just a little better. Mistweaver is the worst healer by quite a bit right now, and the interesting thing about Mistweaver is it's not about tuning, it's their design. Weirdly, I think Mistweavers just need more instant healing. They've needed it for 3 expansions straight now as casters. Or just the ability to like the whole like idea of channeling Soothing Mist is just outdated, I think. That's my thought, at least. I mean, I don't think I need orbs. I mean, Legion had it best, I think, right? Legion had 2 different casting playstyles. So if you wanted to play, you had 3 different playstyles total, right? You could Fist Weave, or you could play, I think it was called Surging Mists. And what that would do is it would make your, wait, it was, one of them was a channel Vivify while moving. Oh, sorry, channel, you could channel your Soothing Mist while moving. So you could like channel and heal with Surge. I think it was Surging Mist. And then the other one, no, hang on a second. One, you had to stand still, but you couldn't be kicked. One was that you channeled Soothing Mist, but you couldn't be kicked, but you couldn't move while doing it. And the other one was you could be kicked. You could be kicked, but you could channel Soothing Mist and run at the same time, right? They just had a perfect design in Legion. I don't understand why or how they've gotten better since then. They're all PvP talents, right? They just had 3 PvP talents. Like they had a talent row that let them choose their healing playstyle. And I'm just confused as to why they can't do the same thing again. Still, if they did that, they'd be fine. I feel like it's been the same place for a long time. Legion just had a much better PvP design. It was it actually could compete. Always, like it was always viable. If there was a team that trained the shit out of you, they could just play different talents to be better at living. It's weird that it just hasn't, like, they haven't put them back where they were in PvP. Do you think Prezovic should maybe pair with Amali in 2s? Prez cast is pretty fine in 2s. I think Ardruid might still be the king of 2s. What's my embellishment? I'm playing with the Verse one on gloves. And I'm playing with the like a Verse proc on weapon. You don't really get many good embellishes as a plate class, sadly. Frosty is fine. Fine, I guess. It's not like a... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what comps they have. But I think that they're designed better than they were in Shadowlands. Probably BFA Shadowlands and Dragonflight. You have fun things you can actually do now, and you aren't forced to only play around Obliteration or Chill Streak. You play a lot more around Reaper's Mark, but it's better, I guess, because it can reproc and all kinds of things. Like it's actually fun to play around, I think. It's fun to play around Reaper's Mark because it's hard for your enemy to play around it perfectly because of reprocs. Like you can't know you're going to reproc twice, but you can, and that can give you, like, it's just more fun. S-Arena works only on beta and no longer in retail. Have you got S-Arena updated by Samus, or do you have the normal S-Arena? Which S-Arena are we talking about? This is the only one that I think is being maintained right now. And in fact, this one was also the only one that maintained last expansion, I think, too. So if you're updating S-Arena, the just straight S-Arena add-on, that would be why you're having that issue. Depending on the pad damage from Evoke compared to Marksman regarding social and 3v3. I mean, Evoker damage is not necessarily pad. Marks Hunter is the highest single target I've seen in any class. Marks is just all straight single target damage, which is pretty wild. The bit of us name with a gifted sub, buddy. That means a lot, man. What's your plans for early access? Focus on leveling your characters. Yeah, I'm just gonna level a ton of characters. I'll probably split it up. Like, I mean, there's tons and tons of time, right? So it won't just be leveling. I probably will do a good amount of leveling the first day, and then we'll do some like mess around. I'll probably just do like, you know, a couple hours of BGs and stuff a day as well, just to mess around, get used to things. Because on some level, you know, while we have done a bunch of beta testing, right, at this point, like I've done probably twice as much war within beta testing as I did in Dragonflight. Despite that, we have no idea what balance looks like when you subtract 30 eye levels of gear, right? We kind of know roughly how shuffle looks at the end of the season, but we don't know how arena looks at all in any part of the season. We don't know how eye levels scale. So there's a chance that you see very different classes do well early, and that's, I think, very interesting, right? Stop being the host, buddy. Hope you had an awesome stream, man. You're welcome, buddy. Thank you again to Anonymous as well for like literally 1 trillion subs. I have no idea how I could possibly thank or deserve even one of those subs, but there's apparently literally 100 plus 50 plus 69 gifted Anonymous subs today. Insane, actually. Final Kata? Retail's coming out really soon. There'll be a season associated with that and all kinds of stuff. So we just gotta. Oh, we don't have to, but I think I would prefer to get really comfortable with retail, considering it's so close. Database with the new sub as well and the gifted sub. Thank you again, man. The Estarina profile is hard to share, actually. Mostly because I modified it a lot. So I modified the lure and also the profile itself. It's not just settings. The actual add-on itself won't let you do this stuff. I will share it, but it's not something I'd recommend copying because I literally would have every time there's an update I have to modify it. We're one bite away from winning this. Okay. Wins ABC. I can only guess, to be honest, at this point. Let's make a choice between Cyclone and Ult Pen, unfortunately. It's an awkward one. I actually, against mage, like 2 casters like that, I actually don't know who I'm supposed to attack. Mage doesn't really cast, so I guess maybe I should have ignored him. Keeps hitting almost one tapped. Yeah, still 2 million bites. I mean, feral bites are just super bugged. I don't know. I mean, like, they're crazy overtuned. He just forced block with a 2 million bite and then just did it again afterwards. Vermont. I can't stop the feral biting people, but I also can't kill super easily against them. Yeah, she should have died in that. They're solid to do double the healing now. Is it this DR? I should double everyone's dam too. Because of that pain sub, I might have died there. I think Priest might just be OP into this lobby's damage style. Like that one boss got pain subbed instant. I guess does he have 2 charges still? I assume he does. Ah, I could have shelled that. I couldn't hurt. I just couldn't hurt against the Disc Priest. Basically. Sotus did more healing, but Disc definitely had a really good damage profile, or a really good healing profile against me. Going Disc. I mean, I don't think it's true of all lobbies though, Sol. Like, I don't think it's true of everything. I just think in that specific lobby, Disc was really good into the damage profile of Feral and me. You were rage making a priest? That wasn't 06, but it wasn't because of you. It wasn't because of your play. It wasn't because of your class. It was just like that. I think Priest was better at healing that specific lobby's damage. That was kind of a weird lobby, right? It was Mage, Feral, Org, DK. I think it's just a function of the lobby. I wouldn't read into that at all. I'd just go next and see what you get next lobby. But I think you were just excellent at, or I think the Priest did a good job and was excellent at healing against that type of damage. I'm speed enchanted right now. Sandland feels kind of gimmicky as you play around almost entirely around Infliction of Sorrow. That's kind of the best part of the spec that I've seen. They're actually killing Petty, man. What's the priest tanked us, man? Also, the mage equaled my damage on scoreboard. Despite the fact that I had 100% uptime on a priest. Hey, Star. I don't think... I mean, right now, we're playing with, like, 0 inflation on beta. It's always the same. Pretty much. Probably anti-clone, unfortunately. And he's dead. I feel really bad into that comp. I don't think there's much. Yeah, this might just be like I don't think I can kill. This is nice and simple. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I guess I didn't kill the priest in the previous game either. Priest is tanky. I don't die. Some damage to the mage again. Can be. Yeah, I haven't felt super dominant so far in these. I think I think there are stronger things there are right now. So Northwind, because like leaving the Pharaoh to clone feels kind of bad, but yeah, we don't feel good enough to kill him. Priest. Feels like that's the most obvious thing for me to attack, and I'm not good at killing it. Mage is 3-0. I mean, I still think DKs ought to be like DKs would be S tier if mages weren't as dominant. I think it feels really like you have really bad decisions to make against mage. Like in this lobby here, we gotta play closest, and that's usually, in my opinion, not like you might win, but you really probably shouldn't. We're not a range spec. We don't have the ability to do it and have it be a good situation. You're just doing it to make the best of a bad one. Most frustrating thing about playing closest, though, by far, is just the fact that honestly, neither one really casts anything meaningful, but the mage doesn't really have to do much. This stuff, see how he just runs away? He's just spamming ice lance with an orb down. Still doing a lot more damage than I am. The only its casts have been just frost and fire casts, or like arcane or fire casts. Spell stall thing, which kind of sucks. You got bit for 2 mil, lost half his health. That's an example of a pretty awful round, right? You just got 30 by a bite before I get Link. And Holly has plenty of them, but not against mage teams. So top by a little bit, but I mean, the Frost Mage who spends more of his time casting either Poly or Ring of Fire is doing more. He's dead. He rescued Priest and we just killed him with Strangulate. I can't have the mage. I'm not gonna try. He doesn't really CC anyway. Apart from the fact that he's CCing right now, of course. Well, this stunn's really good. Mage just quietly deleting me, why not? This fair is so fucking good, man. Crazy. Let's kick. We snuck a win in. The game kind of timed out. There's some crazy that went on in that round, I think, for that to be that way. I changed the class icon and the spell icon. So I modified Lua for that. And I actually changed the add-on itself. Like not like a setting. I literally went into the code for the add-on and modified it. So my add-on looks very broken if you don't use exactly my settings, but I set it up. I changed the size of things. I basically made it the way I wanted it to look. The reason I did it was I'd been using the old S Arena for a very long time, but I wanted to try and make, the goal was to make my raid frames look very similar to my arena frames. GG, buddy. So our goal is to get the left-hand side to look very similar to the right-hand side, which I didn't do exactly right. Like you can see I like changed like I put spec, I put roles instead of spec icons. I replaced those with role icons, and then I changed the way text looks, changed the color of it, positioned it below, changed the way the health looks. I didn't get those to be exactly the same. For some reason it wouldn't let me change. Like I wanted to make them similar, but I think I'm roughly fine with the way it looks. Honestly, I could color code the ticks based on their health, maybe. I'm not entirely sure if it'll let me do that, but yeah, it's basically short answer. It's a bunch of modifications, and the reason why Guy did it, but I don't know if I could recommend, and I plan to share all my stuff, but the reason why I don't necessarily recommend copying it is that I can't promise it's going to look right in like a week's time or a month's time. Whenever there's an update to S Arena, I have to update my S Arena and then remod it to get it back to the way it was, which is a big process. So yeah, I mean, it took me like a couple hours to get to that point. I actually remod my my easy frames each time I updated as well. It's kind of annoying. Hopefully this expansion won't be as bad in that sense. The last thing I think I want to do with my UI is there's like an add-on that people, I'm not sure if anyone knows what the add-on is. I think Lone Tie uses it. It's like a thing that makes all of your icons, instead of having a light border, they have a dark border. Can't remember what it's called. I thought it was called like mask or something, but I want to like modify every icon that I have basically and make them it might be, I mean, it sounds like it should be mask. Like I said, I'm gonna share all my stuff once it's done. Just throw it up for the expansion. You're welcome, buddy. Mask does it? Yeah, I have mask. I don't see a dark mode. Is it like an add-on for mask?
Access denied.
I think it's called Lordy UI. Oh. No, I mean, it looks like Lodi UI does exactly what I want. Oh, updated for a really long time though. Well, I'm not looking to change. I'm only actually looking to change my debuffs and see what Lodi UI involves. I downloaded this from Kessel just now. It's multiple add-ons, I assume, right? No, it's not. It's one. Okay. Yeah, no, it's literally Lodi UI is only that. Has Lodi not been updated forever though? Hasn't been updated. It's been updated for a really long time.
Where's your code now?
Might be best with a master skin if it changes. The main thing I wanted it for was debuffs up top. Counter and deleting. Stuff we're not using. How to fix it? How to make it good, you mean? I mean, I feel like it's a super easy talent to balance. They haven't actively tried to yet. So, I mean, if it was me, if I was the PvP dev and I was making that talent good, I would make it, give it a value that's scary and then split it amongst everyone inside of the... So like if there's more targets sitting inside of it, it doesn't necessarily tick for more. And maybe make it prefer players over pets. But I mean, it shouldn't be hard to make it into a scary button, right? Especially considering it's a healing absorb. It's not as scary as damage, so you can overtune it a little bit. I feel like D&D is already a penalty to press single target, so you would have that basically offset that penalty and make it really incentivize pressing on single target. I mean, it's already okay in AoE. It's just not okay in single target. It's not crazy good in AoE either. People that are stand in it. It's just obviously easy to get value from. Yeah, I think I deleted the majority of my add-ons here that I didn't want to use. Supposedly Omnibar is working again. Is that when you crit sporadic? I didn't notice it being crazy. I think that's when you crit, it extends, right? The like the dot effect, I guess. Oh, that part. Honestly, maybe it's like once a minute, maybe. If you're playing the like, there's like two, like you can play a normal single target build that doesn't play Crusade, or you can just play like the Divine Storm and play Crusade build. You don't care about burst. You just need, you basically use it for the haste, not for the damage. You just like try and like to make it easier to like dump a whole bunch of Divine Storms. Yeah, I don't know if there were any changes. Struggles. If you're referring to the retail changes, those are all like, I haven't been playing retail because of the fact that it's been, you know, retail before they updated it was like roughly a month behind. I mean, has there been any beta changes recently? Okay, now there are some changes that came in. I haven't looked. Let me have a look. Looks like they buffed Lightning Strike. This is the other hero power. Bloodbath. People weren't actually playing that, so it makes sense. I think it wasn't really hitting very hard. I mean, maybe it's fine. They just wanted to make Crushing Blow and Bloodbath decent. Just changes your talents maybe slightly. I don't know, crazy. Nothing there. Is that a 43%? No? I don't know if that's real. Wait, no, hang on. Is it 4? Looks like 4-3. I don't know what this is. Oh, there's added to all abilities. Okay. All right, so they took a 43% nerf to everything and they just added it on to every ability instead. Yeah. Okay, so that's nothing. No change. And then Fury took a 50% nerf to all abilities and they added that onto abilities. Okay, this is just making it simpler to understand changes. That's all. Nothing really. Did some abilities like escape this and not get changed? Ah, so something's got, okay. So they basically nerfed Warrior slightly with these changes. Just a mistake, I guess. They just didn't quite buff everything that was affected by the aura. Is that what you're saying? Like, for example, what didn't get buffed back? Dragon Raw? I see Dragon Raw. They didn't buff everything. I mean, I don't see Dragon Raw being changed here, but I see enough to Dragon Raw of 43% or 50%. So Dragon Raw is half as effective, but I don't see a buff back to it. At bottom? What was nerfed? You said Dragon Raw was at the bottom? Yeah, okay, I see Dragon's Raw. I mean, the intention, if something escaped, they'll fix it, but their plan is just to make it simpler. If they need to tune you guys in the future, when they buff you by 5%, you got a 50% modifier on top of that, it's gonna make it weird. So they just wanna start that. So it's not really an intention, it's just basically to make it, like, to dress it up in a way that makes more sense to them, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. It's easy to tune nerfs and buffs. I would like to have, but I don't know if it'd be tomorrow or the next day. Depends on Erin's schedule. I'll make sure that she's in a, like, an easier place. There may also just happen to be a day where there's like nothing going on with that. Like Monday could be perfect in that sense, or whenever Dorse is free as well. I want to make sure Dorse can come along. Maybe Sunday again would be good for it. Do you have any preference? I didn't. Do you actually do Lilith and you one shot? I just saw your message back. I honestly have a kind of bad setup for looking at Discord at the moment. I miss most messages on Discord. This guy's taking a bit of damage here. Ooh, magic bop. Interesting choice, honestly, considering this priest is also in some trouble here.
Here.
So we do have a working Omnibar. Dead. Oh my god. That was 2 MDs, I ain't stopping that. Whoa. He's playing the build, man. This is why I think Druids could be... The Sword might 6-0 this lobby. Look at his damage. Yeah, he's 2200. I should look at his one loss. He doesn't really die, but he just randomly, like, without, it's almost like no animation or anything. He just kind of like globals people. And again, I think he just uses procs. He makes me look weak, to be honest. Like he's doing more damage than me too without any trouble. By a significant amount too. I assume it's just like a bug build or something. I don't think Wraths is scary. I think you still don't cast. Wraths are, I'm pretty sure, irrelevant. He broke my shell. Just feels like I barely hurt him. Maybe the CDs I can push him over a little bit. Such a good clone, or a stun rather. He's gonna do it to me. Looks like he's gonna do it to me. What do you think of balance? I think it's one of the broken specs. I think people just didn't play it at all. Like people don't seem to be like experimenting with it. No one's sleeping on Moonkins. People aren't playing them. There aren't people actively testing them. So they've got very little feedback on them. But Moonkins seem to win a lot when they play this specific build. Funny because I actually think the same thing's happened a couple times. It's often the specs that get like people are actively playing that don't tend to do super well. But like this happened in BFA too. They're like almost that good, I think, but no one knows. Which is happened in BFA as well. Crazy part is, without the Moonkin, like, it actually feels that the game's infinite. Like, feels that they aren't hurting us at all. There's just no rush at all to win. The whole team died. Blinds. Triple. Distrang. I think kicking Starfire is actually good. Wait, does he only get them if you're a melee? Are those giant? Is that how the build works? If I don't attack him, does he not get them? I wonder if I can just ignore him. An off kick. Because he actually set their hot casting. He tried to meld start casting them. I think it's how it works. If I don't play, if I ignore him, because it's all his damage, he's hot casting them. Does it only become instant cast if you attack with Alchem Frenzy? I mean, it's all of his damage. So if he doesn't get as many instant casts, it cuts for 2.5 million. Like, it's the most fucked up damage ever. And I assume because he was trying to meld off, he wanted to meld hard cast it there. So it made me think that he really wants to. Okay, you meld for another reason. Oh, look, it was an arm person. That's very unfortunate. Yep. That Moonkin build is very... No one knows about it. Very few people have seen it. I feel like that build's super likely to go live because I feel like no one's gonna show it. Yeah, I don't need to tell anyone. I don't know exactly how it works other than the fact that it feels like playing against like BFA Moonkin. I feel like even if they know if mages by a lot, Moonkin Mage seems like the best comp. Bro, it wasn't just one log play, it was so many logs playing it, man. I feel like so many people played it and just did not ran around in circles, popped every CD, and then just one-shot someone. Their whole PvE revolves around it. Well, they can nerf it in PvP, and the actual potential on stars, like, I don't think they will know to, but I think Starfire potential at 2.5 mil is a little bit high for an instant cast. Every other ability that hit that hard in PvP took 50% nerfs, just for reference. Just any ability that had a 2.5 mil damage range got a 50% nerf across the board so far. Every single one of them so far took 40 to 50. I think Demolish took 50. Reaper's Mark took 40. Actually, I guess 40 or 50. The Diablos thing took a 80% nerf in PvP. I don't think it's on devs' radar right now. I don't expect devs at all to be watching what I'm doing. So I don't, but yeah, I don't think it's on people's radar. I think Ferocious Bite also, I've seen 3 mil Ferocious Bites. Both Druid Spix are the outliers right now, but I think Ferocious Bite is very much on their radar. There's people that have been doing that for a week. Red's good? On what? Yeah, Bite is the bigger outlier for sure than Moonkin. It's very possible that Moonkin is way crazy when they get attacked as well. So like, playing to ignore them might be safer, I suppose, at the moment. All right, we're gonna take a small break for a sec, guys. Thank you guys very much for watching. Thank you to Anonymous again for literally 50, 69, and 100 gifted subs today. I don't know how, and like 1 billion yesterday as well. We're at 224 subs today, so I'm a bit of us to thank with the gifted sub as well. Thank you guys all for watching. I'll be back in 1 sec, okay?
nights in a roof den, but to us it still feels like heaven. Cause we don't let the bad vibes get in, we don't let them win. Testify to the strength of a true bond, flying high over the heads of a root mob, staying at the revolution of the whole plot, kill 'em all with love. I don't care if they're talking about us. No, I don't care if they put us down. No, I don't care if the sky falls around us. We're riding on a pink cloud. Out, out. We're riding on a pink cloud. We're riding on a pink cloud.
All right, we're back. We're in queue again. I'm not doing too much more. I could do some Sand Land maybe. I just kind of feel like Sand Land sucks, but do I have error text? So I have like very little error text, like a little tiny bit. It's not too bad. PvP set items, you just use PvE set on here. It will scale it up to the correct eye level. On live, you'll have to do the normal, like last season, where you'll have to get PvP specific gear. But on here, they're just giving you the one set to work with. So the only PvP gear you can get on beta is from this vendor right here. And there's one of those on Horde side too. How's Frost? It's just a more limited version of Unholy, but it's still significantly better, I think, than last expansion. I'll probably play some. Yeah, I'm 0 on it, so I could definitely do some in a bit. I gotta sit up and gear for it a little bit. Right now I'm playing, I'm planning to play, my plan when the game comes out is to play everything. Like I want to play all the specs. I have I've beta tested personally probably 10. I want to play all 10 of them. That's the plan. That's maybe a little bit ambitious, but that's the plan. Is big debuffs required? There are alternatives to big debuffs, but big debuffs is definitely a very, very large help. You don't, I mean, also, you know, you certainly can play without it as well. You're just looking at frames rather than, you'll be looking at debuffs more often than not to find things. You could also set up something similar to big debuffs with nameplates if you wanted to. Check that out, buddy. Hope the stream is good, man. We're currently sitting at queue. And kind of working on I feel like I want to change this. That text can go, or it can stay, but instead of being outer and also being size fucking 40, make it like 15. Nope, still too big. 13. Oh, let's go inside the frame, basically. Anchors. Is there an offset? Yeah, I would rather it slightly out of it. Like that, maybe. I gotta figure out what my frames are, but I think that can roughly go. Also, maybe like. And down here would be good. Or even something more obvious and more obtrusive, or more intrusive rather. I don't know. Windwalker's interesting. I haven't seen Windwalker dominate crazy hard so far, but the changes they got when I fight them, they are noticeably better. So what does that mean? I don't quite know. DHs are, they're unrelenting in terms of their damage, but they don't feel like they're bust like they used to. So they're hard to kite, and their sustained damage is good, their pressure is good, but their burst is like worse just in every single way than last expansion, pretty much. I mean, real Camel, you shouldn't be queuing, man. Your class is so close to flying under the radar. It's like right there. And if you figured everything out, I wouldn't keep queuing. You only hurt yourself. They're like so certain to get through without getting nerfed at this point. If you don't show it. Like nothing is gonna show. There's nothing gonna happen like on retail for like 2 weeks. If they haven't seen one of the like 2 shuffles that people have actually seen of you play, they're not gonna nerf you. It's gonna seem too out of the you know, like if there's nothing to actually go off of, there's no sentiment that your class is strong. I feel like it's exactly like BFA. Like it's too under the radar. We're talking about Moonkin, but yeah, I would. Doesn't have in every lobby. Your damage range is just so clearly not what they expect. Like it's not intended. I don't think they intend you to just die and lose every lobby, but also, yeah, it just feels like a less crazy version of the lock bug. It's just your Uncon, right? Your Uncon just feels insane. So, and that's exactly what they were in BFA too. It's just literally BFA Moonkin. But yeah, I would just not, if I were you. If you wanted to stay as strong as you are, I feel like you had a really high chance of them not making any changes until, and then no one's gonna know about it on live. Is it related to tier set? If it's related, if it has any like if your tier set has any impact on it, then people won't know about it for months. Nah, looks like no impact, nothing from tier set. Isn't it weird that all these specs have a tier set to go for? A second one, a mini one? And Plate don't. I think Plate are the only ones that don't. They just forgot. They like did all this stuff. And then for all the Plate classes, they just said, nah, we're good. Enhanced is pretty bad, yeah. But yeah, I would say I literally have only seen you play that spec so far. So if you didn't play it, no one would know about it, pretty much. I mean, I get that you want to be like, you obviously want to test and be like, you know, more used to it than everyone else, but I feel like no one after this coming, what, Tuesday probably, whenever they take beta down, at that point it's locked in until the 14th or something, right? At least. So you're guaranteed to have like an insane opening week until they do the first tuning pass, which could even be 2 weeks later. I mean, I'm just saying, if what you're doing is a service to everyone else because they get to see it, right? Every lobby they get to see like how your class works and understand what Moonkins are. But you're just in a very unique spot where no one else is doing it. So like you can for free not get nerfed. Basically. They'll do tuning before, well, they'll do a tuning pass before season starts, but I very much doubt it'll be a Moonkin one. Is what I'm saying to him more than anything. But there's other classes that are outliers as well. Like Feral is way more obvious. Oh, they'll be tuning still, but some things are just disguised, is all I'm saying. Some things are hidden. That happens every expansion. Like Moonkins were hidden last time, and well, not last time, but BFA they were hidden completely, in exactly the same way. Yeah, I don't know if it's like a thing where there's multiple people in on it or something, but yeah, everyone's saying Moonkin's bad, and like I'm very certain that Moonkin is gonna completely dominate everyone in threes when they're able to have long games. Right now you have 2 shots per lobby, right? You either win in the opener or you win 2 minutes in, and that's kind of unfortunate. But in threes, you probably have at least 2 extra attempts while playing with the guaranteed best class. Like I think Moonkin is probably good in shuffle, but probably insane in threes, like ridiculous in threes, because you can slice through people in a way that other classes can't, and that's super important for no damp, right? To kill people, you aren't killing through healing, you just have mini CC happen at the right time and try and blast through, like your damage spikes super hard. So I kind of feel like with a Frost Mage, probably not going to lose many games in threes. Not many comps can go through that. You'll auto win against City Cleave. Yeah, so in threes you aren't limited to that, and in threes you probably have 3 or 4 incons because you can play comps that just don't die. Lose the thing with the full amount 3 so buddy. I don't think it messes up Q. I changed specs actually. I haven't set up this character though, so I don't technically. Maybe I've got it copied still. Hang on. I do have it copied still. This is the build I was playing most recently. The Frost. I mean, Death End's been pretty fun. They've done a really good job designing DK, I think. Why am I not playing Kata? There's retail coming out in less than a week at this point, so I'll put quite a bit of time into that. We'll try some other queues. I'll start double queuing as well. I'm gonna double queue. I guess queues get slow when Chuck stops queuing as well. There aren't that many healers on here. Shaman and Hunter for a bit. Frost is fun, not necessarily super strong, but fun. Hunter's fun. Oh, they nerfed Frost Fever, Exterminate, and Reaper's Mark by a lot. Plan to go back to it? Eventually, but not until ABC is taken care of. So probably not in the next month and a half or so.
Lying in the darkness, wondering if you're heartless. 'Cause you don't let me see the lights. That you don't really want me, you just wanna call me. But only on the lonely nights. You give me just enough that I don't give up. You give me just enough to keep me begging for your love. Locked away, you save me for a rainy day. Locked away, till you need me I'll stay. Locked away, and you don't care it hurts to wait. Locked
Kind of a fast queue.
Locked away, locked away, locked away. Locked away.
Or where the fuck is he though? He grounded anyway. You might kill her. Out. How to? I don't think I'm supposed to push out with CC though. What my damage though? Would have done more. That's just yellow build. My healing look. Second exile was kind of nice. We're about to win there, I think. Maybe. Maybe not.
At the same time, 500 DPS is not bad. At least get used to it. Randomly auto-gripped. Just a bug that happens every so often. Shaman's currently 3 on this one. I would feel like I would have done way more as Sentinel though. Especially just in terms of my pressure. This build plays a bit differently. We'd have to like get used to it again. My cooldowns are different though. You don't have healing for pet as much. We do have really fast aim shots, or really fast my cooldowns reset really quickly. I get a block of that spell. Actually less damn. I'm really surprised, but we had 3 true shots in that time. We did die like at the start of the third one, and we did get into like 1 HP, but it is actually less damn. Even though it feels like it should be more. True shot reduction is crazy though. I wish there was a way to have... You can't have all the true shot stuff. The fuck, man? That was kind of insane go. That'd just be trinket, use everything. I don't have as much healing as this build either. It actually, well, I thought it was an APOC at the end on me. It wasn't. I mean, it was, but it was a 1 million ice lance that killed me. Dude is old dad. Judgment running siphon bug? Not just siphoned. It does need a bunch of stuff. I'm pretty sure you can't kill totems with it either. In Westfall? Just where everyone seems to go and duel. I'm not sure why.
I present a lucrative opportunity for those who prove themselves worthy. Many in the contest are wagering on who are the greater combatants. Dare to bravely outdone? Do not let the contest down. We expect a return on our investment.
This was interesting.
Our bargain is upheld. No matter who
Oh my god, that was your wall. That was just a giant bite, I guess, right? 1.72 mil. Is their bite not enough by their bonus? Does it show? I don't. It says 15%, but I feel like it's showing other. Maybe it's not nerfed or something.
No matter who wins, we profit.
Surprise doesn't want to go on.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
The tool doesn't change at all. Well, I mean, Pharaoh's in a really tough spot because their damage is like so ineffective outside of bite. Like 23% of his damage in a 2-minute game came from 5 abilities, 5 casts. It's a super unhealthy breakdown. They almost certainly need buff nerfs. Landry, what do you think of the 18-month resub, man?
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
I mean, this one, 26% from 3 casts. I don't know. It's a long game. 3 globals doing that much of your damage is not good. He didn't even crit 2 of the 3. He only crit 1 of them. Oh no. I mean, yeah, there's a Ravage. I think it's Ravage you're thinking of. But yeah, it's just a really unhealthy breakdown. They need. It's actually weird. Like I think they need buffs. Unless there's a build that's just as good that you can play.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
Not playing counter anymore. Shadow Priest is I think is like once they know if the Outliers Mech, I think Shadow Priest could be like the best caster. What's up, Zach? It's weird because every other tier set's nerfed. I personally think it's just over. I don't know if that thing's actually working that way. Better player? Maybe. he gonna bite me? Ah, he randomly faded.
Victory is clear. Now the bargain is up.
Hunter's just like, it's fun, I think. Not necessarily into the Feral. Honestly though, into Feral I should just play Dark Ranger. Probably feel a lot better. Although Don't Go Back does do a lot of healing too.
We expect a return.
What broke that? Let me walk back into it.
No matter who wins, we profit. No matter
Hey, buddy, thank you for the host. We're alive, but holy fuck, kinda.
victory is clear. Bargain is up.
Mr. Paladin, man. Weirdly enough, I actually think I prefer Dark Ranger in the end. Like, it was kind of obvious in the last one that it got way better. I imagine Night Off's... Nah, maybe. Or I swear it's Draenei. I swear it's actually Draenei Hunter. Or Dark Iron Hunter, but Draenei sounds kind of almost better. Super awkward though. Draenei gets 1,000 primary stat. Passive. And then it has... I don't think so, Landry. Like 1,000 like all the primary stat. I mean, I don't know if this is one of those things that like I feel like is not being talked about very much at the moment, even amongst PvE circles. they massively adjusted the way that stat weightings work this expansion. Like you have way more agi and way less secondary stats, but they increased the primary stat ratios by that same amount, that same ratio. So Dark Iron Dwarf is now 6,000 base agi, I think, and then it increases up to about 12,000 with debuffs dispelled. And then Draenei is now 968 or something, and then Necronome is 1500 when it stacks up. And it just like, it feels like that's so much wilder than the secondary stat ratios you can get. Like 1% haste is about 600 haste, so you can have like 600 haste or 968 primary stat, and it doesn't seem close to me. But I haven't seen the stat weightings for PvE to know if those are actually in line. But I will tell you that they make Blizzard have already, I have seen, make several mistakes with the way they've done gear and enchants. So like for example, the primary stat enchant is 1700 primary stat, which seems like nothing, right? The secondary stat enchant was 875 and got buffed to 3800 or so. So it feels like they just didn't balance ratios correctly. But, you know, could be wrong. We'll see if all the PvEs show up as Dark Iron Dwarves. Seems pretty good for Bloodlust and stuff though to have a primary stat amp. I need to come out of the thing too, actually. Optical thing with the 15-month resub, man.
Cities are rising in front of me. I wanna hide it. Want to go back to sleep. I wish I could rewind it.
Yeah, could just be a bug.
Can I rewind it?
I guess we'll see, right? If Pharaohs fall off hugely in the first couple weeks, and they just get good later on, then that could be it.
We can go through it. Can do it all again like we rewind it.
Well, originally the haste enchant was 875, like a week ago. It was that. They're like Blizzard are obviously rushed for this expansion, but they've done a good job. That's not criticism at all. Yeah, you should use secondary set enchant over primary set enchant. Definitely. In my opinion, I don't think it's close. The moment they buffed the secondary set enchants, I immediately swapped every character I had to the secondary set enchant. They've just kind of gone back and forth with them.
We meet in the morning like it's a demon, but it's just something I don't believe in. Still we rewind it. Keep on rewinding
Oh, this starting to bug? Yeah. Well,
across the borders, beyond the
yeah. Yeah, I agree.
with unforgiving lies, but I don't mind it. Keep on rewinding, and I don't wanna know, I just wanna feel. We let it go, nothing is too wrong, we make it real. Don't wanna care, just live and die. I see you there, nothing is too wrong for you and I. Oh, we're somewhere else, oh somewhere
Thoughts on Dust Thread? Dust Thread is the crit one, right? I mean, I think neither embellish seem that good, to be honest. So what are you mating, Mike? What are your plans? I mean, none of the embellishes seem crazy. Hydrant and praise like normal, then priest and shaman. So you say like normal, Mike? When I first started playing with you, you were a Moonkin and a Ret Paladin, man. Like normal. But you've also played literally everything else. Well, I mean, it's the easiest way to get games. I'm not saying it's the only way to get games. I mean, I just get you to heal. That's how I get games, technically. Oh, that's actually true. That's funny as fuck, man. It was. A Moonkin strong. So secretly, yes. The official answer to Moonkins being strong is no, they're not strong. But the unofficial answer is they're strong. They just haven't discovered their build yet. So it depends on who you ask. But they will tell you no. Wait, Moonkins didn't get enough, did they? I don't know if Moonkins realize that they're strong. I think it's just like lots of different builds you can play on beta, and some, like for example with Druid, I say they need buffs, right? Because I see their current build they're playing rely heavily on bite, and there might just be another build they can play that does fine, right? I just haven't seen it. I was, well, kind of a bit both. Like, the Moonkins are an example of like a spec that has a maybe only a singular build that's good, and many bad builds. And Feral's an example of a build of a class that we know has one good build, but maybe has more. Maybe people just focus, like, you know, Destro, for example, that was a really broken build, and then didn't feel like they had much to fall back on. For a little while on beta, all you would get is a one-shotting Destro lock every game. So I don't know, like how much you can cook on those classes. Yeah, Pharaohs might just have a tear bug and that's it. Interesting. .7. That's a hit though, man. That's not a crit. Was that with tear or without tear? .7's pretty large. It's probably, I mean, if the tear's bugged, I mean, that would be a 3 mil crit on me. What's my verse? 25. I'm actually verse stacked. 25%. I only have verse items. I don't have a single P. Like people, there are people running like 20 or lower, but 25 is on the higher end. I think there's a good chance that they have to touch bite as well, if not just the tear. But maybe not by as much. Maybe it mitigates a lot of the issue. I thought it was always a modifier, to be honest. Oh, that's just how it worked. Hey, Zendian. How you doing, buddy? We're in queue on both, right? Nope. Not alley. Say logged in, but didn't queue on it. Nah, Hunt's the class I'm least comfortable with, so it's a class that like I feel like at this point on beta I've played my other classes quite a bit. I know how I want to play them for the most part, but Hunt is one that I have the least games on. So like if I wanted to, you know, it's a good time to learn it, I guess. So The reality is this. I think the game is going to be heavily melee dominated, and for that reason, I feel like you kind of have to get, or heavily caster dominated. Sorry, not melee dominated. So because it's going to be heavily caster dominated, I feel like you have to be able to play a class like Hunter or Ellie and play against casters with that. It's not very fun to play melee into caster. That's if it's rogue dominated, which we don't know yet. I can't predict that. If it's a rogue dominated, then you can't play either. If it's rogue dominated, you just yeah. Let me know when someone finds what counts as rogue. If rogue is good. I don't think there's a class that's close, like really tuned to be close. Maybe Fury, but Fury sucks in the casters. Or what the fuck, man? There's no way. There's no way Anonymous does that again, man. Anonymous with literally 50, 69, 50, and 100 subs today, man. Anonymous pops off somehow again. Bro, I don't understand. I don't understand, man. It's so fucking ridiculous. What the fuck? There's no way that happens again, man. There's literally no way. 50 more subs from Anonymous. We're at oh, we might be dying as well. We're at 1 trillion subs today. Literally, I can't even do the math on it. The math cannot be done at this point. I will look in a second and try and figure out what the fuck has happened here. It is the best fucking day ever. The literal best day ever, man. I cannot believe it. 50 more fucking subs for Ronaldo. We actually do a pretty sick thing. We're trying to root this. We can't leap. He has no leap. I bet the heck's we won. If he doesn't die. First, oh, he's gonna die. Bro, what the fuck? Anonymous with 50 more gifted subs. Bro, that is insane. That is actually fucking insane. That is the most ridiculous thing. How does that happen again, man? 69, 50, 150. Today. Literally today. And it's literally all Anonymous. So Mr. I don't know how this is going to go out. Mr. Oak did lose. My dam didn't seem... I mean, I didn't actually look at my dam, to be honest. My dam might have been or might not have been okay. Oh, he insta-blinds my dwarf. That's kind of sick. Kind of. To be honest, I have definitely saved this guy with 1 million heals at this point. And a hex. Oh. What the fuck, honest? That is actually so fucking awesome. My Alisons? Yeah, absolutely. Swear it now. You're welcome, bud. Oh, we got the rogue out. Banna Hicks breaks immediately, like literally instantaneously. Get a string on the hex. That was a Dark Iron pop at the end. I'm pretty sure like it's actually a really noticeable amount of damage. I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's interesting. I like this. He's training healer. It's actually out of range of that. It's kind of brutal. I still have A button, but definitely use more than I'd wanted to. Train bar. We got him, man. So much to get an honest for literally 50 subs somehow, and 69 subs, and 50 subs, and 100 subs somehow. Best fucking day, man. That has been actually dragons for like fucking an hour of tonight's stream. We're now winning this lobby as well. Root rogue out. Stun this guy, but I should get stunned by rogue too. We do. Wait, what does Surging Totem do? I don't know what it is. I don't think I can kill it. Well, he exploded. Not like this. I'm just trying to kill a ceiling tide. Yes. Oh, we're about to send it to... Bro, I swear, the dragon didn't feel like he was losing that HUD. He didn't feel like he was. Like, it didn't seem like it was that kind of game. Kind of crazy. They did a really good job. This is like a random thought, but they actually did a pretty good job with weather effects on... Did they change this? Like in vanilla, there's like all these different weather effects now. I swear they didn't have them for a long time. Like this, I zone out and we're in Westfall and it goes from being like... It's now... It's changed a lot, I guess. I think Allie's really good, yeah. I think it's very, very good. Again, thank you so much, Anonymous, for literally everything today. I owe you the entire universe, man. That is the best thing. The Dragons just finished at 277 subs today, of which I'm pretty sure 90% of those are all anonymous. Pre-trimmer that. Ground Hex. Why did he explain? He exploded so hard there. Shadowbolt. Okay. Apparently he got bolted. Not the haymaker, man. Little zap at the end. Hang it, the spell might be a bit sketchy. You trinket that or just praised like adapt or something? It's weird because we're in a game. We're in a game right now with a Shaman Cold Nerf Windwalker and a Windwalker that's losing. I got very little damage on that though. Felt kind of annoying. Interesting. I think Enhance is pretty bad at the moment. Or the deep breath. I thought it was actually good. It was the alley one. It was the dev one. He still has Link, right? He does have Link still. Mr. Healer. This is a way of saying, don't move out of this. He's unfortunately rooted for a sec. However, we have damage. A bad lobby for us. We did top down over the lock too. I could have done better though, for sure. Didn't play it super clean, but how's Frosty K? Not S tier, but potential. I'm really curious about stuff. But you can't really, it's very difficult to play Shamanism. I wonder if I should drop Totem of Wrath. I feel like Shamanism is just so OP. Enhance? I don't know about that one, Diva. I like having, so I just, it's something that I don't like Enhance, right? Like the idea of playing it. I just feel like I play so many, like even Ret's in the same spot right now for me. Like Ret is fine, but I play so many melee specs and I also just feel like I want to not have to deal with wizards as a melee the whole time. So it's nice to have caster options. And that's kind of what Ellie fills for me, and so does Hunter. Like I'm on both range classes right now that I want to play. Not necessarily anything competitive, but it just feels like the right like move for me specifically, I guess. Whereas Enhance, when I'm already playing like both DK specs and the Warrior specs and DH and potentially Ret, feels like it doesn't quite fill that role. Melee S tier for RBGs. Rogue. I'm gonna go ahead and say Feral as well. I think having stealth is such a huge advantage for defending nodes. Like you cap a node and then you stealth, and then when someone walks up to try and take it from you, you don't have to live. That's the crazy part. Previously you had to live. It's actually the balance of RBGs is super fucked up, because your job when you cap a node on, like, say, well, any map, like AB for example, right? You cap a node on AB, your job isn't to live. Your job is just to live long enough for it to cap over and be uncappable. So having stealth is such a powerful thing. I imagine that Feral will have a, like, you know, if you're looking at like absolute win rates, I imagine like a Feral or a Moon can have similar win rates. Not as good as Rogue, but they can do the same kind of thing, right? You still get to go stealth after you cap the node and sit there. And they're also like able to, like, it's never efficient right now, at least. Maybe it's definitely not efficient max level either. You don't kill people fast enough. So it's definitely more efficient to just CC people and cap nodes off them, because it takes too long to kill them. The node becomes uncappable before you can kill them. That's the issue, right? Again, Anonymous, thank you for the 50 gifted subs and the 50 gifted subs and the 69 gifted subs and the 100 gifted subs. I don't know how that's those are any of those are real numbers. 50 happened before I even started my stream today. As I started my stream today, I was definitely not even remotely here. I think it was about 4 minutes in before I realized. And then I was talking to Aaron, and then 100 happened somehow as well. It's been an insane day. We're at 1670 subs total, by the way. We started today below 1400, which is, again, like the most fucking amazing thing. And I get to build a computer tomorrow too. I'm excited about that. Life's good. Life's really good. It wasn't 2014, man. It was like 2020 technically, but Erin just wasn't having any part of it. So I haven't done it since. She had no, she wanted absolutely no part of that shit. She just stayed away from me as much as she could. And I realized that it was actually just making our relationship worse to do it. And that was that. Because I already like spent a good amount of time away from her, because I'm streaming one eye, right? So like it just naturally ends up being that way. So the most important thing is that, you know, the little time we have and when she's around, make it easy for her. I mean, it's one of the trade-offs that we have. It's a small trade-off. I'm also shy, but that's not really, it wasn't an issue. So when we lived in Illinois, I had a very different setup, and I could stream every day with the cam on, and it wouldn't, we just had a different space entirely for me, and it was fine. It didn't matter. I also didn't stream very much. Like I streamed like 5 hours a day maybe, or 4, which is still a good amount, I guess, but I stream 3 times that now. And as a result, it was like a part of the day where she wasn't around, and it was fine. But I mean, yeah, well, that's probably part of it. So I did the occasional like 24-hour stream with cam on then, and I didn't mind it, but yeah, I don't know. It's nice. The current everything works out nicely right now. Hopefully, they just have events, and we can meet up and we can have more, like, you know, standard stuff, I guess, with that. But they haven't had events in a while. But BlizzCon was fun last year. I think Gladius is not updated. Gladius X, I think, is updated. Are you sure? There's a possibility that there's a different version on the pre-patch one. Might not be downloading the correct version, but I'm almost positive I used Gladius X on beta at one point. Can't believe it's only like fucking how many days now? 5? Is it actually 5? That doesn't sound right. It is though, right? It's 22nd. Is it actually 5 days away? Shuffles up, yeah. When did it come up today? It wasn't up earlier on. The like only just come up or something? I mean, I've been playing it all night tonight, I suppose, but it may have come like right before I got on or something. I mean, Frosty K talents kind of suck though. It's okay. Frost is considerably less locked into talents. You always have one dead talent as Frost, basically, because like I consider Strangulate to be optional as Unholy, right? So it has to be considered optional as Frost. But as Frost, you don't actually have a second talent. Like Strangulate becomes mandatory because you don't have other options. Whereas as Unholy, you're guaranteed to play Doomburst and you're guaranteed to play Necrotic Wounds. So you only have one option, and that, you know, if you think that Strangulate's a mandatory talent for Frost, then it should be a mandatory talent for Unholy, and you have no. Right? Yeah, I'm just saying that by that logic, Unholy has 0 Honor talents that can change. Right? So I think Frost, technically speaking, has one dead talent spot. It can be anything you want. Honestly, Frost improvising with Sim might actually be good. Maybe I'll try it. It's weird because I loved Dark Sim so much on beta or on Kata. Like I loved it, and it's so much stronger in retail, and yet I don't love it. Like I to the point that I don't even want to play it. But I guess on like Frost doesn't really have anything crazy in that slot. Might be time just to spend a whole bunch of time just spamming games with both. This is starting a bit more than I thought it would. I pre-walled this. It's a big pre-wall. I'm getting some big procs, yeah. Felt really bad. Oh, he just exploded, man, from 35%. Gotta live for a little bit here. Bro, that is the most bizarre ending to a round. So Red sitting for 2 mil. He'd have nothing he's got here would be hitting for 2 mil. The only thing I can think of that hits that hard is if they play the other build. I'm charging up, man. They set my wall up right now. All right, we're winning. I did a better job that game, I think. Oops. That pre-Wallace, I think that's good. He broke through that without too much trouble.
This just means more entertainment for me.
Oh,
Interesting.
dampened.
I did not expect this outcome.
I pop with that.
I see who the strongest mortals are. For now.
Red did a little more than me overall. All right, we're double queued again. We're hoping to get a hunter game in. We'll do another 2 classes soonish as well once we get another hunter game in, I think. Done 3 classes tonight or 3 specs tonight. Maybe we'll do some frost tonight. Ooh, maybe some feral too. Has Richard feel currently on beta to play against / with strongest healer at the moment of PvP? So strongest right now, I think, I mean to me, the classes I play, the bucket of classes I play, I think it's Disc Priest that feels like it can control lobbies the most. I don't know if they're actually the best, but they, you know, they can actually dominate the other healer the hardest. Because you just can't kill against them sometimes. Prez is very, very good in terms of throughput, and they have damage. But it feels like you can actually get pressure against them, even if, like, it feels like you're winning until you lose against a Prez. Against a good Disc Priest, it actually feels like you just never start winning. because they're just always going, like they're always just matching defensives with your offensives. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait for the ads, so I don't repeat myself a second time. That's on me. Well, it's not technically deliberate, but it, you know. GG cast, nobody.
I won't try to talk you into changing your mind. I only ask that you behave justly.
All right, are we back? You gonna focus on IBGs, raids, Mythic Plus, melee player? Should I main warrior, Frosty K? I don't like pets or feral. I mean, warrior is a safe pick because it's got two good specs right now. I think warrior design feels pretty solid, pretty clean. So I would say warrior is the safest, but at the same time, like, you never know what's going to happen. I just say safest because I've got two specs that are good. Feral is currently the stronger one of those three. And Frosty K is the most risky, especially if you don't like playing pets. So you only have one spec you can play. So the question about healers, strongest healers on beta right now. So, and I'll get back to Adrid afterwards, but strongest healers. Disc feels like it has the ability to just like shut down a lobby really, really hard. So, you know, when you're against the two strongest healers, I think the three strongest healers are effectively Resto Shaman, got a really insane kit, they've got decent throughput. Prez Evoker, which has the highest throughput, both offensively and defensively. They're the most damage and the most healing. And then Disc Priest, which isn't the strongest healer and isn't the strongest damage, but has a really good kit and has the strongest defensive cooldowns. So when you're playing as a Disc Priest and they're dominating, it feels like you can't do anything. You don't get to actually attack properly. Everything's just going into a cooldown, right? Whereas against a Prez, the Prez does more healing, but it feels like you're actually winning the game. They're just kind of like holding on type thing. Which one ends up being stronger, I don't know. I assume in the hands of a less skilled player, Prez is better. Circling back to Adrid though, Adrid isn't one of those three, right? But I actually think in a threes meta where dampening is a bit lower, they may have the strongest kit to play with wizards. So I could see, like, you know, Frost Mage, Resto Druid, Shadow Priest, that kind of thing. Any number of wizards, to be honest. Frost Mage, Ellie Shaman, Adrid, all that kind of thing. They all seem better with Adrid. They're all safer with Adrid. The Adrid can sit back, get drinks, keep pots on something, and it's hard to hit. It's hard to swap against. So, like, the Druid kit seems very powerful. Maybe not so much in Shuffle right now compared to those other ones I mentioned, but they're still fine in Shuffle as well. I just think that they'll probably have a kit that plays better in threes. The best comp in the game could easily be Adrid Wizard. That could just be better than, like, you know, better than playing with a Shaman in that position, and better than playing with a Disc Priest in that position, and better than playing with a Prez in that position, right? It might just be better to have Hearts and a safe healer And also Cyclone just is nice to have, right? Well, to me, I'm biased. I've been saying it's a Wizard meta for a bit, but I'm biased because I play a lot of melee specs, and I just know how it feels. I've had, you know, maybe 1,000 lobbies on here or so, or not 1,000 lobbies, 1,000 games, 1,000 rounds. It just feels like the rounds ranking up as a melee against double caster, you know, certain types of double caster, it does not feel good. And I think, you know, previously you could hold on a bit better. Yeah, don't think it's necessarily that this time though. I think Fury just had, like, they just basically normalized a aura buff they did goof. They buffed, they'll probably do the same thing for like arms and frost and stuff as well. Basically an aura buff is they just buffed everything by like 30%, and then all they did was bake the 30% buff into all of their abilities. How do you describe the ADC meta for the last couple years? Almost exclusively Rogue X. Rogue caster. So like melee caster, but really it's not really fair to say melee caster, it's Rogue caster, right? It's either Rogue Mage, Rogue Lock, Rogue Moonkin, hell, Rogue DK. Like Rogue X has been the meta for the last 5 years now. What ends up happening is, and I think this is actually a function of them doing a good job. Well, I would say melee caster is fair to say, because the melee caster would suggest it was more than one melee that was like, you know, it was like passing around. That's how I would have described previously I would have described a meta as melee caster. Because previously you'd have a situation where like one season it was best to play Windwalker, you know, something, or Rogue Mage, or Windwalker Mage, or Windwalker Lock, or, you know, like it would like rotate around a Warrior Mage, Warrior Lock, that kind of thing. But it hasn't. The common denominator has been Rogue, and I actually don't think it's a bad thing. I think Rogue being strong is a function of them doing a good job with balance. Because the more balanced you get, so like in Shuffle, you're trying to bring in your outliers, right? You're trying to control everyone's output. Like you decide arbitrarily, like, you know, we don't want anyone to crit for more than 1.5 million. We don't want anyone to do more than 100, like, let's say 500 KDPS sustained. Like let's say they set like a target like that. Like no one does more than this. No one crits harder than this. As you get more and more towards that target, and more classes get within, you know, like say 10-20% of that target, mechanics become more important. And rogues just straight up have mechanics that no other melee have. No other class has. And therefore, you end up with a rogue meta because they're doing a good job with balance. They homogenize, they don't homogenize necessarily, but they've got like some sort of target for everyone's output that they go with. Even like indirectly, they have a target, right? I would say that there were bigger, like outliers were both bigger and last longer in Arena before, historically, than they have the last 5 years. I think that the devs have been more on top of those outliers. I think it was harder for them to do in Shadowlands. Shadowlands as an expansion was so, I mean, they still got everyone's output to be within a certain percentage of each other, but like people were very one-shotty. Correct, Sonny. That's exactly what I'm saying, and you know it. Took the words right out of my mouth, man. They were the next ones. Oh, the Double Hunter. He's survival. So I've used every cooldown. Okay, I was gonna say except, but no, it's just every cooldown. Right, I literally can't get any. I'm just too low at all times. Couldn't really attack though, based on the fact that I was way too dead at all times. It was Feral. That was making my job impossible. If I didn't run or like try to avoid damage at all, I would just be dead much faster. That game was almost over. I mean, I literally went through both walls, and I'm playing the more defensive spec too. That was a bit of a bloodbath. So when I respec back, I did not change to Salvo. Honestly, I guess you have tons of talents to work with. I guess I was to play all this stuff, right? Oh, not like this, man. We just trapped him on that. Super fucking unfortunate.
I wake in the morning, get on my feet. Savor the moment, it's bittersweet. I wanna feel the sun.
Apparently, it feels like the bigger gap here is between the healers. Not necessarily the players, but like the classes, maybe. Disc might just be insane into the kind of burst we're seeing in this lobby. He curves it, but still lands. Kind of funny. You just trinket kill shot him in the face for 1.15 mil. Oh, they're fighting, man. That sucks. I got him D out there and I didn't want to. Odd version of Arena. I modified it. It's the Zayu profile in S Arena, and I changed it around. I mean, I should live that. I mean, I already bite twice in 1 second. There's no in between global, right? Oh no, it's bite, frenzy, bite. I see it. Feral Frenzy ticks once. Actually, no, it was the end of Feral Frenzy. Press you're struggling. I don't know if I would read too much into that. I think the last death especially was my fault. So I actually could have gone 5 in that lobby, right? I probably should have gone 5 in that lobby. So that was just on me. I'm not super good at judging damage on Onto. No reason not to like use stuff there. If you overcap, what does it do? You like use your common points and you immediately get another one? Oh, okay, so they bite and then bite. And the second one's a 3-pointer? Oh, it's Hunter again.
Mortals, I present a lucrative opportunity for those who prove themselves worthy of the task. Many in the cartel are wagering on who are the greater combatants. Care to influence the outcome? Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment. No matter who we profit.
He's gonna swap me in a second, I think. Maybe?
No matter who wins, we profit. No matter who wins, we profit.
All right. Hunter's fun, yeah. Hunter's very fun.
Do not let the cartel down. bargain is upheld.
That almost one shot me.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
Looking back, all the things I miss the most. It all comes into
No matter who
not around.
we profit.
Ooh, when you're gone, it's like everywhere I look.
Not really figuring out a better build, no. I mean, it's just how much you crit, I guess. I think it's you're saving a cross, right? It's only making... Oh wait, I want to have okay, the crit sound effect isn't set up on this character properly. It'll only show crits above a mil for one of the sounds, so it won't sound quite as crazy.
No matter who
The classic, man.
victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. Victory is clear. Our bargain
I'm not even hurting him.
victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
That game isn't any crits.
Do not let the content down. We expect a return of our listener. No matter who profits.
potentially tragic.
No matter who. Victory is clear. Our bargain is our quarter. No matter who.
Get ran down by Mr. Farrell. Pre-stage trinkets didn't actually matter in the trap.
Do not let the contest down. We expect a return out of this. No matter who wins, we profit.
We got precog same time.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. No matter who wins, we profit.
This is maybe trouble? Maybe not.
Victory is clear. Our bargain
He exploded.
upheld. matter who wins, we profit. No matter who wins,
Bro, what?
He died unbelievably fast. Actually, do more. I don't enjoy playing into Feral. I guess I don't like playing into Feral's anything, to be honest. By damage 3 times. That doesn't mean too much though, right? Because with the 3 rounds when you're playing with the Druid, because with the Druid had less stable healing even 0-6. He was just less stable in general. My assumption is that your rounds you got out damaged. I show you as top every round except for 2, both of which you with the Druid though. 2 of the 3. You just had to play more carefully. Everyone had to play more carefully with the Druid. We got the PvE more. It's also healer flavor because it's not really a reflection on your damage. It's a reflection on Disc Priest against you as well. The Disc Priest is like using reduction. So like, you know, if you attack into barrier or paints up, it's not going to show as damage. Your absorb damage does, but like the damage reduction doesn't. I think AF is going to have a really strong place at the start of the season. I think it looks much stronger than it did at the start of Dragonflight. And it actually started decent in Dragonflight until Rogue showed up. Took him a bit last time. Yeah, I noticed the absorbs are crazy right now, man. Should have a queue in a sec, yeah, hopefully. How's DK feeling? I have enjoyed it. I'm like pretty optimistic about the expansion overall at this point. I think. Feels like we're in a good place for kind of everything. But I don't think DK is necessarily in a good place, but like just the game in general was exciting. I don't know what to expect of it, but I mean, I compare this to, I guess the main comparison I have right now is like between this and Dragonflight, and I don't know. I feel like I was less excited for Dragonflight. Dragonflight wasn't about classes feeling different. It was about classes feeling like they had options within the same talents. Like they had these new talents coming in. That was the main feature, right? For most of us. Solo Shuffle as well, but the main feature was new talents. And now we've got like a mature version of those, and we also have hero talents. And we also have a new mode coming in through Shuffle BGs, which I think will be really fun at like, you know, any time of day, hopefully. So yeah, I'm actually fairly optimistic about things. I don't know how like tournament stuff's gonna go. I have no idea what's gonna be strong, but it feels like an exciting time for the game, for sure. Again, when I think back, it just feels very, very different. I'll play something different. DH always has fast queues. And it's good to play like, you know, a range of classes each day. Hey Jags. It's good, thanks, buddy. How you doing today? Let's do DH, which should get fast queues. And Warrior, which medium queues. There's no buffs to like the changes they made. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, people are slowing down now, probably, right, Jags? Like, when I say that, like, we're so close to the expansion launch now, there's no changes to like test this week as well. That's the other big thing. Like, people last week were still trying to figure out the meta, and this is like point at the start where everyone's trying stuff, and then everyone's kind of confirming what they already knew, and then it kind of just, I mean, I haven't, my opinion on specs gearing, we're pretty much there, right? At this point, we're just waiting for things to change, and then you're kind of trying to figure out where things stand again. But as of right now, I think things are more or less as evolved as they can be. And I think people are just kind of getting ready. How's DH? It's alright. I don't think it's crazy by any means, but it is alright. Don't die. We're almost going on the next bit of a bus tow, but we might could actually for a sec. Well, they just have so much control, it's crazy. We're gonna try.
With my heart wide open, I can see who I'll be. But these passing moments always
So try this.
in front of me. When we become a part of a world we have never explored, and you find someone, it's time to believe everything you know. I wanna live for the moment, I wanna bend it for our friends. Stuck to the ground, but I feel it, 'cause you're gonna just like an earthquake.
He's gonna live somehow, man. He's 1% health. He might die.
Like puzzle pieces from the lock, then you're the key.
So right now, what else gonna change?
A part of a world we have never explored, and you find someone, it's time to believe everything you know.
This is just full PvE. Annihilate damage.
Stuck to the ground, but I feel it, 'cause you got me shook like an earthquake.
We're still not doing the damage of the DK, but it's not terrible. Let's see if you can. I guess I swapped and I shouldn't have. Looking pretty grim here. Alright, so we stole a win though. That was fun. I mean, damage wise, we're not a death knight, but we're certainly like above a monk still in terms of passive dam. Okay, I am a Fury Warrior here. Wait, am I Fury? Yeah, I am. We are a Fury Warrior. That's when we can both kick and we can both kick, but also we can stun inside of our blade storms now, which is kind of nice. Sorry, what? Who and how? Seems like a good lobby to go back to a more normal build. Just against his passive. That's what I was saying before, though. It actually feels like I'm generating no pressure at all against that. Although, maybe having like short cooldown rec felt better randomly. Anyway, is good. Oh, they're reflecting the coil, man. That was kind of insane. The Hellstone wasn't bound. I wasn't sure if it went off or not. The damage felt pretty limited though, actually. No, it's I'm using Plata, so same thing I've been using. I just changed it. I changed a few add-ons this expansion. Interesting. I have not tried SMF, nope. Wisdom kind of hurts him quite a bit. But we'll send the new Twitch Prime. I'm having the best day, I swear. I'm having the literal best day.
Mez? It's your boy. Donnie T, I think I speak for all of America when I say it can't be a good day without some Mez Farrell.
It's that Donnie T. That's where you're wrong, my friend. That was a weird lobby that I don't fully understand. Felt really hard to actually like push on the lock. That's where you're wrong. Today's already been good. We will potentially Farrell's in, like, we were currently winning Donnie T on Farrell. You know, do we really want to tarnish the legacy of Mez Farrell? That's the it's a big risk, right? It could always go wrong. But on that note, I need to bear back one sec, guys. I'll be like 2 minutes really quick. And again, thank you so much, Bubbles, for the new Twitch Prime. Anonymous for literally 50, 50, 69, 100 subs today. Most fucking ridiculous thing. Give me 1 sec.
pressure is building up inside. I can't control what's running through my mind. My mind, oh. I try to run for out of sight, but I can find nowhere to hide. Go wake up. Losing hope, held on so tight. Now I'm fighting to survive, but I'm falling, can't stop falling deeper. Falling deeper. Caught in moments, getting lost in time. All the pressure is building up inside. I can't control what's running through my mind. My mind, oh. Growing weaker, it's getting hard to fight. Losing patience, where are the warning signs? I can't take it, I need you here tonight. Before I fall into the end, I try to run for out of sight, but I can find nowhere to hide. Go wake up. Losing hope, held on so tight. Now I'm fighting to survive, but I'm falling, can't stop falling deeper. Falling deeper.
else I'd rather share this with. Nobody knows my imperfections quite as perfectly. You guessed it, it is you that I'm thinking of when we're apart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark. It is true. I'd give it all, I'd give my heart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark, when I'm in the dark.
All right, sorry about that. We're back. Apologies, Donnie T. You uncap frames? No. I cap at refresh rate. Ooh, we got back right in time for a queue, but not a feral queue. Look.
Donnie T wants some Mez Evoke now.
Wait, Evoca? Now, Donnie T's cooking, actually. I think. That's kind of fun. No, I wasn't in skew. I was in skew the whole time I was gone, so. Donnie T is actually cooking. Days with 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Days, buddy. What the fuck has happened today? We're at 284 subs on the day. We're in a shuffle on this guy. I'm still around for another couple of hours. Hopefully. Bro, I've had the best night. The craziest and best night. Current update, how do DKs feel on beta? Good. Not the best, but good. They're in a spot where I don't think they necessarily need changes. I would be a little bit disappointed if I saw changes. It's possible that in 3s they're good. They're excellent. As Unholy especially. And the right scenarios, I think Unholy can be very, very good. But power and balance, I think there are just bigger outliers than them. So like, for example, if I saw changes to like, wait, am I taking the wrong lock? This guy can't die. We're gonna go on the affliction. If I saw changes to Death Knights before changes to like mages and ferals and maybe even allies, to be honest, I don't know. DKs can be very exceptional damage wise sometimes, but like not super often. But their damage is always, yeah, I mean, it's always good, just not like broken good all the time, I guess. We'll see though. Depends what they prio, I suppose. Mr. Evoca, we're dying, man. Team, how do we kill these unkillable warlocks, man? Holy shit. I think warlocks are giga tanky. And I don't like it. Am I gonna lose every round because I'm the least I'm the least tanky class in here? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I know Frosty Gate is exceptional in Mythic Plus, but they're super nerfed in PvP. Do you know if Blizzard will give you War Thing keys for you to giveaways? Fairly sure no. I don't have an... I think... Are people getting those? Is that a thing they're doing? I mean, Blizzard have some creators they sponsor and stuff, and they probably get keys, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're doing this time, but I'm not part of their sponsor program. I'm not a WoW partner. I don't know how that works. This the Evoke of a Donny T right now. That's what Donny T would want. No, he's going after me, man. Wait, why am I doing this? There's a perfectly good Warlock right here to go for. How anti-WoW partner? I don't know how you become one. I've never known, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe... I mean, to be fair, I've been very lucky, so like, I'm happy for them to sponsor other people. I don't even know how it works. I know that it exists, though. It is real. Oh, he's in trouble, man. There he goes. Ask Taliesin. I feel like we don't know each other that well, but we have mutual respect for each other, right? At least I have a lot of respect for him. Yeah, and that's good. I'm glad they do it that way. I'm glad you know, I'm thanks to you guys, I am very, very lucky. Especially today. Today of all days, I feel like the luckiest guy in the fucking world. But does Blitzwing? Nope. He's coiled me, so maybe he does. It's fine, I think. Why are we on Priest though? Is Priest really the play here? Like, I'm down, kinda. Oh, he's CS'd. He does not like it. He told me. He does not like it. There's a stun. There's more and more. And I think that's actually all I got at this point. All right, when he ports, man, we're going to pop off. There we go. Ooh, Affliction again could be good, Cookie, though. So your Jax breakdown? It looks like he's playing a different... Wait, is it playing the same thing? I don't know how they work, but he's playing a dot build. He's not playing Shadow Bolt, which is what I think I see you play a lot. Oh, it's Big Damland, man. We're back. We're back once again. Who we have gone? He's been stunned. Coils me. Stuns me. It's me, man. Come on. What is this? It's one CC too many. No, the MC, man. Don't kill me, Mr. Blitzwing, no. Mr. Blitzwing, man. Donnie T cursed us, man. Deleting him too. Look at us. We're doing a nice little 700 KDPS. We're rounding up a little bit, but so was Blitzwing. But I'm playing right at the second as this one right here. Oh, yes. So that's the trick with playing lots of different specs. Like, I don't have to complain. Like, you know what? Fury is kind of fucked up when it does its thing. But once again, the Donnie T curse continues. Mr. Blitzwing is looking like Mez Farrell, unfortunately. Oh, the coil, man. It stings, man. Oh, the bop. Uh-oh. This is what we call trouble, man. For him. Mostly. Unfortunately, Curse of Donnie T got Blitzwing. How's Ellie? Great. Very good. Mechanically wonderful. Had its damage taken from Lava Burst a bit and put into Earth Shock. Probably lost a bit of Flame Shock damage too. Like, it's been nerfed many times. It's been like, Ellie was the most disgusting spec, one of the biggest outliers of all, and it's taken several nerfs and one hidden nerf to the way ancestors work, but they'll still, despite all of that, they're like one of those specs that can handle it in terms of nerfs. They're actually fine. They're good. They're S tier. Just because mechanically they're good and their burst is good. And their sustain's good. They're just good. They also actually gained, like, mechanically a few new things too, which make them interesting. Their talent tree reworked in a way where they're gonna play with. They basically have extra honor talents. Things that were good honor talents before are just baseline. Yeah, their general tree got really good, and really wasn't nerfed at all. To erase them out in PvP. They will this expansion. Like, having, there's like primary stat races that are pretty strong. Like, obviously Orc probably becomes less important. Human less important this first season. It's not really a human or Orc season. I think it's going to be more like Dark Iron Dwarf, maybe Draenei, probably a lot of Dark Iron Dwarfs, Night Elves, that type of thing, because human ramps up as time goes on, and Orc, the game isn't fast enough for, I don't think. Dark Iron Dwarfs overtuned? Yeah, no, I agree. All primary stat, I think, are overtuned. Not even for command. I don't think BM's that good. I don't think. I mean, maybe for Lock. I mean, Lock, Demo pets. I think the only pet spec that's actually good right now in Arena is maybe. Well, Demo isn't even that good either. For PvE, I can't speak to that. But in PvP, DK pets aren't good enough to justify command. Nor are, BM isn't good enough either right now. So it's possible, though. I haven't actually looked at what Blood Fury does. Blood Fury needs to be like 5,000 attack power for it to be good. It's kind of crazy for it to be anywhere near Dark Iron Dwarf. I'm excited though. We're so close, man. We got fucking. It's almost the final week. It's not just Arkine, Goof. It's any of the races that have primary stat. They literally when they changed stats on gear to give everyone more primary stat, they made all of the primary stat races like kind of crazy, I think. When I say that, like, Draenei has 1,000, 1,500 for 1,500 if you play Mechanon all the time. You literally have 1,500 extra strength or intellect all the time as Mechanon. Just permanently. You just run around 1,500 extra. It's like literally twice as good as any other race. Except for Dark Iron Dwarf, which always has burst. I mean, my math shows Draenei at just a little bit less than 2%. It's like 1 point something percent damage. And Mechanome is over 2% damage. Actually, my math is probably wrong because I actually think it's more than that with procs and stuff. So yeah, it's about 2% primary set though. It's really, really good for this season. Draenei seems busted. So does like I'll probably change my character stat. What was Van's tier list? He made another one? I saw his one a while ago. Did he make a new one?
Cambridge to Boston, lives in a world she's lost in, victim of compromise. He's staring at her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's whistling the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let it taste her tears. She's falling too far.
Did you go on recently, Goof? I mean, everyone. That's actually not something to be upset about. Like, I don't think that's necessarily true, but I think everyone is biased towards their specs. That's just the game. Yesterday? I'm trying to look and see. I don't. At which point? Yesterday? I don't see one in the stream. I mean, I'm always down to look through and kind of compare, like, where I think things are at. Again, I have biases in all my opinions based on the melee POV, because I play the majority of my specs are melee specs, right? Oh, in the afternoon. Ah, I see. There's two of them. Yeah. I think it's here, right? Is this what you had? I mean, I think this is where he ended up at. And I think it's, first of all, you know, the only things I look at here that are interesting is like I think people are overrating Prez, personally. I know that that's what other healers think. I just, you know, from my POV, Disc seems legit better than Prez. But that's just me. I've long felt that way in Shuffle though. And he's not Moonkin. I think he's maybe understating, although maybe I could be wrong. And maybe I've only just, you know, I've only had 2 lobbies. Both were basically 6-0s for Moonkin. With that build, Disc has any outs. Doesn't have to tank CC though, and Disc has the ability to deal with CC way better, right? Holy Paladin isn't great. I don't know if I think HPL is A tier like he has it here. And I think it's also like an into different, like your class strength is like into certain things. Like Fury Warrior, pretty dog shit into mage teams. Dev Evoker, pretty insane into melee teams. That type of thing. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think his A is just like fine tier. And he's got... I don't think I agree with Survival Hunter either. Having seen things more, I don't agree with Survival Hunter at all. And I think the rogue specs, I don't know enough about yet. I think Outlaw could easily be better than A, but it's only kind of like a hunch, I guess. I kind of don't agree with Arms being B tier with Slayer either. I think Slayer is A tier. Slayer Arms Warrior is A tier. So like I wouldn't change that much. Mistweaver is not A tier either, I don't think. Let me look. So my interpretation of his thing, it's not bad. He's pretty close, I think, to what I would have. These are outliers, big outliers. I would put Disc up. I put Druid down. I put Shaman up. I would put Weaver way down. I'd put Paladin down 1. I'd put Moonkin up 1. I put DH down 1 personally, but that's just me. I put Survival down 1. I put Marks up 1. I suspect Arcane could go up 1, but there's no reason to play it over Frost right now, so no one's cooking with it. I'd probably put Ret down 1 too. Demo's too high? I mean, people have, yeah. I mean, I guess that's probably what I would do with it. I also think these 3 specs I predict to be super dominant in 3s. So I don't know how we qualify that, but I think those 3 wizard specs are going to be involved in a lot of comps in 3s. Well, this is Van's guide, and I'm just kind of like putting my notes on it, I guess, from what I've seen. And then situationally, this spec is crazy as well. The highest person on TI that I've seen, I think, is a Dev. I mean, MVQ is an exceptionally good DH, but I don't think I just from my POV playing it, there's no universe where I'm thinking that DH is better now than it was before. That's the main thing. There's no well, I think Evoker is one of the strongest counters to melee because of triple beam. Where's Org? It's not on this graph actually, but I imagine Org sits somewhere between A+ and A. Probably not S. Wondercrown Outlaw, they're both there, an A tier for him. And I think it's a fair place to put them until you not understand more. I think Outlaw could easily be A plus or S. I could, you know, tournament meta. The tournament meta could easily revolve around, again, a combination of wizards and these two classes. So both rogue specs. Dev F. I think they're better. Like if you're playing in a competitive environment, I think you play Dev, Frost Mage, and shit, and just you can't be attacked while they pummel you down. I've played against it before. It is misery. It is literal misery. Try and play a Fury Warrior or any melee actually into Dev Frost Mage. It's misery, man. But otherwise, I kind of agree with a lot of what he's got. It's also weird. There's an asterisk here, I think. Basically, I feel like I have strong results to back up the majority of claims that this is that like if you say a class is strong, normally like you point to scenarios with like, wow, that's, you know, that's broken as fuck. I don't. My hunch is that Unholy DK is doing way too much cleave, and no healer is struggling to heal through cleave right now. Like if you ask like Goof, for example, he plays AF very, very well, but he is not playing AF just to randomly cleave shit down. He's hitting people for a mill over and over again. Like he's playing a version of AF that's doing lots of single target, and unfortunately that ain't the Unholy is playing like Affliction some of the time, or a good amount of the time, so it doesn't feel as crazy unless you're pairing it, like unless you can bully someone. It's in a weird place. I don't know if Unholy can handle enough, if it affects a single target at all. I think you can take away as much pad as you want because the pads are relevant anyway, but I don't think it can handle any nerf to a single target without falling off completely. It doesn't have a strong backline of its single target is watered down quite substantially over what it had before. So it's kind of gone back to sort of the damage profile it had at the start of last expansion. Mark Hunter, I think, is really good. Range DPS or all build balance? I think this is all strong. I think at the top, most of what I see being strong is just range DPS. Like I feel like, you know, Frost Mage, Mark Hunter, Aflock, Shadow Priest are all just insane. Yeah, we have the exact same 4. Those 4 are all just insane. I wouldn't say any of them are stronger than the others. If Frost Range doesn't exist, not quite. There's 2 classes that keep that keep warriors in check. Frost Mage and Dev Evoker. Both ruin their mobility. Yeah, no, I've been playing Marks and Alley because I think that's a strong thing that I need to hedge against. I mean, I was just looking at Van's tail list, and I was just putting like where I put little arrows on where I would put things. It's not necessarily what I would do as a tail list, and I guess I'll probably do a tail list when beta closes to talk about it, but because we're gonna have 2 weeks between. Yeah, it's a smiley face for sure, Goat. That was some of my experience too. Yeah, I've had some of the things where you're like, what am I even doing here? I actually even got a little bit frustrated at one point with like playing. It's just like back to back Frost Mages, man. It was a tough experience, but today's been a really good day, so I'm just in a good mood. We can laugh at that now. I'm surprised I'm to Fry Mage. Give it a sec. 2 things. First of all, I don't think every spec in the game. I don't think that devs should aspire to make every, especially Mage. Mage is interesting, right? Mage only needs to have a couple of good specs. 2 out of 3 sounds good to me. Yeah, today's been a great day, Johnny. Good morning, buddy. I don't think I would say that, like, if I was a person talking to devs, I'd be like, hey, like Frost Mage spec, Frost, Fire, and Arcane all play very similar, and I would say look at Enhancement Shaman. That's a bigger issue, right? Solve that problem, because Enhancement Shaman, unlike Mage specs, actually plays so differently to Ellie and Resto. So it's not really fair to say, like, currently Resto Shamans have two out of 3 good specs. Right, 2 out of 3 are good, but they're all different playstyles. Whereas, like, mages have 2 out of 3 good specs too, but all 3 of those playstyles fundamentally play very, very similar. Like Frost, Fire, and Arcane, there are people that are better at all of them, like individually, right? But the truth is, they're all like ranged. They're all like effectively ranged caster specs. Whereas Enhance and Ellie play quite differently as DPS specs. So I would say, you know, if you're going to do anything, do that. But to be fair, I personally think you're better off just having, you know, like balancing. I actually think it'd be okay to intentionally balance around a meta. I actually think we're at that point where that's okay. You don't have to look for every spec. Like, embrace a meta and don't try to continually create, like, try and make every season feel distinct rather than making every season feel the same, I guess. Because gnome is a requirement, man. You have to be gnome. We're all gnome. I think when they try the issue they've got is, like, when you always try and get everyone's output close. I worry about this every time. Shuffle homogenizes DPS. If you balance around Shuffle, then you balance around not classes, like what's different between classes, but what's the same, right? You compare by damage. You sort classes by damage, by output. And the issue is that when you balance around everyone, like, because, you know, if one class has so much damage in Shuffle, I guess they're OP, and then you have to nerf them to the same damage as everyone else. You get to a point where, like, you're pushing up rogue damage, you're pushing down everyone else's damage, and then you end up with the mechanics of rogues being more important than everything else. And you're gonna see this in RBGs too, by the way. That's gonna be the biggest thing. I predict that the ladder in RBGs, when they release the ladder, it's gonna be all rogues. Like, literally all rogues. I think the highest rated players in RBGs will be all rogues, because of one really simple thing. If you play a non-rogue spec, you might not have a rogue on your team. But if you play a rogue spec, you will always have a rogue on your team. It's like you guarantee that you always have the best spec in the game on your team. So the one problem they've got. Well, I think it's gonna be great, actually. I think the BGs will be great, but it's just an example of, like, one of the challenges of balance they have. No, stop using his little crutch. Look, this is on beta, man. We're testing it so we can play it. I don't think I'm kill Tyrion on my warrior yet. I might go. I mean, there's also Dark Iron Dwarf, but so if you have a rogue, you have a rogue comp. If you have a hunter comp, you have a hunter comp. Yes. So I'll explain what you're missing with that. Rogues have mechanics in RBGs that are incredibly unique. Basically, on every map, they have an advantage. Rogues are literally OP on every map. They are individually as important as a tank or a healer. So a flag map, they have stealth. They can assassinate the enemy flag carrier. or they can assassinate, and like they can either defend your flag or assassinate their flag carrier. They're better at retrieving the flag and better at defending the flag. They're the most important class in Warsong or any flag map. Twin Peaks, I guess. And then you go to an orb map. They're pretty fucking good at assassinating orb carriers. They're probably less strong on Kotmogu. That's probably their worst map, if I had to guess. But then you go to a node map where they have flag caps. They changed the way nodes work. So they actually made it. They were already the best ninja capping class in BGs because of stealth again and their CC. They're strong for a different reason now. They're strong because you don't actually have to defend a base anymore. The trick is to just live long enough. So when you cap a flag, it like locks to your team after like 20 seconds. That means that once it locks to your team, you can't cap it anymore. So that means you only have to live for 20 seconds. But a rogue starts in stealth, which means that when they're defending their node, they're like spamming sap and blind. Like you just literally cannot cap it. Once you have a node, it'll take 3 people to cap off of a rogue at that point. Like other people would be just dead instantly. The rogue sits in stealth and can like sap control and then blind, and then once they do get exposed, they only have to live for like 5 seconds. And then the rogue can die at the end of that because it caps to your team. So rogue is like incredibly pivotal in that map, those types of maps too. So then what's that leave? I guess they're not completely busted in Eye of the Storm, but they're still the best at trying to ninja cap in Eye of the Storm. Like they're just, when I say like they're just as powerful as they were before in Eye of the Storm, and they're just as powerful as they were before in like Kotmogu. But in every other map, they're stronger than they were before. They're more valuable than every other class in the game. I think it's fine, especially in 8v8 game mode, for certain classes to be necessary. Yes, like I said though, when you queue a rogue, the reason I'm saying that rogues will have the highest win rate and therefore will be the highest rated players in shuffle or in solo BGs, they can guarantee they have the most important class in the game on their team because they are that class. When you queue as, let's say, a Death Knight or an Ally Shaman or a Warlock, you can't guarantee you'll have a rogue on your team. And in fact, if you queue right now on ladder, it doesn't seem to even sort by class. So, I was queuing with Johnny, and quite frequently you'd have a situation where you're not, me and him were not queuing with a rogue. We'd queue against 2 enemy rogues and we'd have 0 rogues ourselves, or 3 enemy rogues and we'd have 0 rogues ourselves. So because of that, the rogue can guarantee they have a rogue, which means they have a higher win rate. Because the people that don't have rogues, if I zone them without a rogue, my win rate goes down below 50%, is my guess. If the rogues are good. You can't play around those mechanics. I don't know how important that actually is. Yeah, that's the other thing. You'll also zone without tanks and shit too. Rogue Adder duo queue? Yeah. Rogue Adder is everything. I mean, these are higher level problems, to be honest. They don't really have any bearing on anything. Damn. 30-minute queue. What are your plans for launch, Johnny? Are you having the same problem, Sol? You're not getting queue pops? Oh, are we leveling? We did it last time, didn't we? I'm almost positive we leveled last time too. Oh, my computer. My computer exploded last time, I'm pretty sure, when we were leveling, and that's when we stopped leveling together. Wholesome, thank you for the Twitch Prime, buddy. Thank you very much, man. I don't think I have to do anything to, like, it's all high level stuff. I think that's just more like how the ladder will look. And it just I guess I'm using that as an explanation for showing that damage isn't everything, and that's how they're tuning shuffle. They tune around damage because damage is everything in shuffle for the most part. And because of that, you can kind of see how if you continually tune around damage, that eventually you have a rogue meta. RBGs show that pretty much. But you're stuck in queues right now, Saul? Plata's already got my updates. I've already done. I haven't done. I haven't done weak horrors yet, and the reason I haven't done weak horrors is because I like to have the game in a decent place before. Last time I didn't do it until like the very last second, like until live, basically, because I wanted to know what was important. I've got an idea. I've got an idea of what I want to put in weak horrors, but they just tend to like gut things that are like one-shotty. But my nameplates are actually already done. Nothing counters rogue. They just have like everyone else is kind of homogenized. That's what I got from Plata. The only changes to it really are to do with debuffs and how in buffs they're separated into different rows now, which people may or may not like. There's no specific difference other than that. I've changed nothing really about them. Just buffs and debuffs. We've got a buff row and a debuff row. I think it's pretty easy to avoid that. I was meaning more if you look at the actual ladder, like, you know, if you can imagine that this is the RBG ladder instead, and then just imagine it just all being rogues as the highest rated. And it's just because, again, they'll have the easiest time winning. They'll have the highest win rate. Yeah, you can. I'll show you how you do it, because I've already done it to some things. What you do is, if you want to blacklist specific things, ignore things, we have so under scripting, I've got a mod called, this is not my mod, but this is called hide nameplate, and you can just add things to it that you want. Generally, I think you might be able to do it by unit name. Easiest way to do it is by their unit ID, NPC ID, which you can find on Wowhead, or if you target things, you can also see what they are. So, like for example, the Wild Empire, you can. I'm hovering over it. It says 1436622, and I actually have that already hidden. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. I should have it hidden, but you can hide whatever you want. I've got like a bunch of things being hidden at the moment. Any solo RBG specific rewards? Other than they gave it a badass rank 1 title, and I think it was a Warlord, right? It's so it'll be Forged Warlord is the rank 1 title. I don't know what. I'm assuming you get Warlord as well for getting 2400, like their version of Legend, but it's kind of weird because you already have that. Anyway, the new version. I shouldn't take this queue. I got an AFK for a sec. I'm kind of annoyed this queue took this long, but I was enjoying the conversation. I need to AFK. I can't take this queue, unfortunately. I'll re-queue. And then I'll AFK for a sec. Alright, give me one sec, guys. Thanks for watching. Thank you as well to Dace for 5 subs and Wholesome for the new Twitch Prime as well. Anonymous for 150, 69, and 50 gifted subs today, which is 269 if I do the math. 269 gifted subs for Anonymous today. Give me one sec, guys. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect. Oh, yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. I know I'm far from perfect. Oh, yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work. I know I'm far from perfection.
All right, sorry about that. I'm not sure on that one, Tasty. Yesterday's warrior tuning was no change. It was just so basically one of the ways they tune things on beta is they will like give you an aura buff, which basically means they buff every ability, everything by a certain percent. With warriors, they had a 50% buff to everything. That was their aura buff. Which is big, right? So what they did was they just baked that into the actual way they like the actual abilities themselves. They buff by 50% instead, and that just makes it easier for them to make changes in the future. So instead of like having an aura buff that buffed everything by 0.5, they just buffed Bloodthirst and every ability by 0.5 instead, and then left it there. Like they buffed the attack power formula by that much. Being ridiculous and thinking they should get rid of 10v10 RBG and 2v2 arena and add in flex RBG. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think the actual RBG bracket is going to die super hard with this new version. I think very few people will do RBGs, so I don't know if it sounds terrible to do. I think twos will pop off always. People just like being able to play with friends, like having us. You know, it's really easy to find one person and queue some twos and cap whatever. I think that's a good game mode that makes sense. I think RBGs unfortunately are quite difficult to get going nowadays. Well, if not touched, it would just mean that like there could be unintended scaling, right? I mean, I guess there is anyway. They still have those problems, but it's harder for players to understand, I think. It gives you an idea of how... yeah, I'm not entirely sure I'm not good with math, if I'm being real. But it makes it easier for players to understand, for sure. Because players look at an ability and then they like it doesn't behave that way in game, right? Like, so what I mean by that is like if you look at Armory and it's like, or if you look at Wowhead and it's like, oh, you know, Bloodthirst does 100% attack power as damage, right? Let's say. But then there's an aura buff that makes it 1.5. It's not really giving you a good idea of how it works. But it's not ridiculous, Wholesome. It's just, I think twos is good. I think IBGs will struggle regardless of what happens. I think RBG queues won't pop. It'll be a couple teams playing it. Flex RBGs are interesting though. The concept of Flex RBGs is super interesting. I think that type of idea competes with what solo is, but it actually would have maybe been a better idea in the end. It's kind of how it works as is, but you could build more of a group, I guess. All right, we are against Rio. And we are against a Feral Druid who is going to probably one-tap me. Please don't. Whoop. Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, that's what we're missing, right? I think I loved RPGs as a bracket when there was lots of people queuing, which is like so fucking awesome. And I wish they'd it's kind of like what they do with Shuffle. I feel like, right? Like Shuffle and Arena, they like tried nothing and they were out of ideas instantly. They're like, well, guess it's Shuffle or it's nothing. And it's like maybe the same situation with RPGs where it's like, well, they did their solo RPG queue, and but you know, or they maybe had other ways to make the bracket more interesting. But I that being said, I do think Blitz will be very good for the game. I think overall game health will be quite nice with that. I think, oh, that was an insta. That one. That, oh, by the way, on that note, guys, I'm going to do Call of Dragons after this for a little bit. It is the last sponsor stream I'm doing for quite some time. Bumble, thank you for the sub, buddy. Really appreciate it. But you guys have been so kind to me today as well. Aaron's stressed out about it. I haven't done it yet, and I've got to do that in the next couple days before the launch. It's like the worst day to do because you guys have been just so fucking awesome. It's been an insane day. Thank you so much, Bumble buddy. I've liked Duo more, personally. I'm gonna uncap this guy low. I think it's pretty annoying for him, to be honest. We don't have that many CC options, but we do have one. I'm being bitten, man. Big bites. What did you just do to me? Rocket Man, I thought we were friends until you crit me for 2.3. That wasn't a crit. Hold up. That was not a crit. That was a hit. That's not a big bite, man. That is an illegal bite. That isn't a crit, man. That's not a crit. What? It's a non-crit ferocious bite for 2.4 million. That thing, it would be 4 million, 4 point something million, man. Bro, what the fuck is going on? He wasn't even bitten. He just died through. He's got to win though because of the fucking fight, man. Oh, it's funny. Dev seems really fun, Johnny, at max level. I feel like you'd really enjoy it. Just unhittable by melee, and at the same time, you just like literally beam everyone around you. It's happened again, man. See, Rocket could have done that to me and I would have died, probably. Oh, hang on a second. No, man. Holy shit. Okay. I thought for a second he was just like being nice and holding back, but nah, he then tried to one-tap me. Within 1 second of that, man. Within 1 second of that. I was on global for thing. That's a 1.67 ferocious bite hit. A trinket melded the first one, and then Rio also reacted with a like an insta intervene too. 800k overkill. We're gonna just quickly grab this build for later. This look pretty similar to what I think I may have already stolen from you before because you got Heart of the Wild in your build. Bro, we have no one we can one shot, do we? My health is not really going. Like, it's dark and blur and well, I had fun. I had fun, man. On that note, on that very one-shotty note, we're gonna do a little bit of Call of Dragons. GD Rocket, buddy. Do you oh, Rocket, do you think your tier set's nerfed in PvP? Is your tier set randomly not, like, accidentally not nerfed? Wait, actually, I can look. What am I doing? What's your... Let me find you. I can literally look it up. People have been saying it's not nerfed. It's literally the easiest thing of all time to see. Log on my druid. No. I wanted to know if the tier set that increased your ferocious bite is nerfed or not. Some people have said it isn't. There's the buff there, right? Full prey. The spell ID for it is 454957. Weird how it's not. It's kind of sus that it's not popping up on. Isn't it go for? Foul prey. Whoops. Well. Yeah, they forgot to nerf that one in PvP. Well, every other tab piece in the game, every other tab bonus in the game is nerfed in PvP. By half. They just forgot to do this one. This one is definitely not nerfed in PvP. PvP multiplayer 1. Every other set bonus is nerfed. It's quite strange. So I guess Druid's. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be. It's an oversight that it isn't. Every other tier bonus in the game, even the ones that are not very good, like DKs have a really terrible one that wouldn't even be worth using anyway. Yeah, COD is only for PC. But let's jump on that really quick because I have Aaron's getting stressed out about it. We've only got a couple days until the expansion launches, and this is the last one I'm doing in quite some time. And I appreciate you guys watching, and I appreciate you guys being just so fucking incredible today and always. For the guys on YouTube, I need to close that side of the stream down because I don't know how to do those types of stream, like sponsor streams on YouTube. So you guys will be, unfortunately, it'll be ending for you guys now. Sorry about that. All right. So, YouTube, make sure to turn the wrong thing off.